Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aleš Vlk, and I welcome you here at the Charles University in Prague at the historical building. And it's my pleasure to be here with you, hopefully all the day, for the conference on science communication, learning from UK experience. So, actually, I would like to say, before I give a floor to Rector Milena Králíčková and Mr. Ambassador Nick Archer, I will just say two sentences. We will be definitely talking about science communication from different perspectives. That's number one. And number second is the UK experience. So we will be discussing and learning also from the United Kingdom experience. I was just wondering how should I open it? And because we see all the partners of the conference, it's first the British Embassy Prague, UK Science Innovation Network, Forum, which is a journal online as well as printed of the Charles University, the Charles University itself, and Věda Výzkum, which is the portal dedicated to science policy. I was reading the title, and this is UK experience. And I think, oh, this is interesting, because UK and UK has a double meaning. So we have a UK experience in the UK premises, because Univerzita Karlova, UK, is also this short sentence. So it's my pleasure to give a floor to Milena Králíčková, rector of the Charles University. Please, Milena, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure and true honor to welcome all of you who are here in Patriotic Hall of Carolinum of Charles University, as well as all of you who are online today at the meeting, which is dedicated to science communication. We all who are here, we know that science is very important, and not only COVID pandemic proved that cooperation in science, worldwide cooperation of science, really has the meaning, the power to change our days. I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of all Czech universities as well as Czech Academy of Science that we all truly value and highly esteem cooperation that we have with British universities. There are many of them, many of colleagues who I see here today, I know have really good and strong cooperation in research with different British universities. And I'm very happy that nothing changed, whatever politically happened, this fact. We are strongly cooperating and we are strong partners in research. And today's meeting is something that makes me very happy also because it shows that we are not only cooperating in the research itself, we want to listen to each other in the other staffs which are joined with research. Science communication is extremely important topic. I have already mentioned COVID pandemia, and the COVID pandemia proved that to communicate science well is something that changes today, that changes the society. We as researchers have really obligation to be responsible and to communicate science, because we do influence the way people understand its being, its everyday life. As I said, COVID pandemic proved it very well. I see scientists as people who are responsible for the day, for the present, for the society. And I'm very happy that I can be here today by this occasion, and we will be able to listen to UK, United Kingdom experience in science communication. You know, I'm a rector for a few days, 2 weeks and something. And what I see as very important and why I wanted to be rector is the fact that universities have to feel responsibility for the society. And I truly believe that occasions like this one help us, researchers, to communicate, to learn, communicate our science better. And I'm really happy for actually all the lectures which will be held today. And I truly believe that even this occasion will help us to cooperate, communicate and cooperate in future even broader and more strongly than till today. I would like to thank the British Embassy, Your Excellency, to you personally, as well as to your colleagues who we know as our long-lasting cooperators, like Dr. Foyt, for having the possibility to be here today and to share with you your United Kingdom experience. I wish you a beautiful day and truly hope that we all will meet on similar topics like science communication in future again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Milena. You said that because I have not been following the politics recently, that there have been some political developments with the United Kingdom. Hopefully nothing wrong, okay, let's put it this way. And it's my pleasure to welcome here His Excellency Nick Archer from the British Embassy in Prague. And we are really glad that actually the British Embassy is hosting and sponsoring this event. So, Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Before I start on science, I must just say that I have not been in this room since I think October or November 2019, when we held a commemoration of the Podzemny Uniwersytet, another little pit of our shared academic history, and it's a real pleasure to be back after COVID, I hope. We've got a text on either side. I'm not sure whether they're visible to those of you who are participating online. On one side, it says, "Great science brings people together." And on the other side, it says, "Great minds are always open to new ideas." And I wanted just to use those to structure my very brief remarks, which I think have really to be, for most of you, about why on earth a foreign embassy is sponsoring and supporting a discussion, a conference on science communication. Indeed, it might make you a bit suspicious, because science, in my profession, in all our lives, and I hate using that word, science, it's a very crude way of expressing oneself, but it's just become such a huge presence, and there's now so much to play for. So if you look at the British government's most recent integrated review of our security and defence, you'd be surprised to find how little of it is about guns and bombs, and how much of it is about turning ourselves into what we call a science superpower. And we need to do that because not only does great science bring people together, and it does, and we see it today, but great science gives us a very important, you might say a necessary, competitive edge as healthy societies in today's world. So that much, great science brings people together and can be a wonderful thing, is uncontroversial, I guess. And the rector referred very tactfully to Brexit. Well, we are absolutely determined that whether or not the European Commission decide to honour the terms of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and allow us to continue within the Horizon programme, we will continue to work with Czech academic institutions and universities in the same way as we have under Horizon, even if it means, and I hope it won't, some different way of funding and organising that. So we are absolutely committed to science being a huge factor in our future relationship, simply because it benefits both of us. Now, turn to the other side. Great minds are always open to new ideas, and that's fantastic, obviously. I think what we're talking about today, though, is how less great minds are increasingly open to lots of mad ideas, damaging ideas, dangerous ideas. At my embassy, over the last couple of years, I would say the three biggest themes we have worked on are all science, to use that word so crudely yet again. Cyber, climate, COVID. Now, the work we do on the cyber security, cyber warfare, cyber governance globally is perhaps relatively straightforward. You know, there are those of us who want a free global internet, and there are those who don't. And there are all of us who want to protect our hospitals from being brought down by a cyber attack. But then if you move on and you look at COVID and climate, here you see the impossible to overstate importance of science communication, because the fight against man-made global warming should be entirely uncontroversial, as indeed should be the idea that you get yourself a vaccination against COVID. And yet somehow these things have become so deeply and divisively controversial. So when I, speaking as a diplomat, think about science communication, I do think about the positives and how there's a really important agenda to do with showing fellow citizens who know nothing about science, like me, how incredibly enabling, important, wonderful science is in our societies. But there's also this huge challenge we face in communicating on issues like COVID and cyber, but many, many more, climate, in a way that enables people to understand not just new ideas, but true ideas. And we've got a vital interest in that, which we share. And that, to circle round to where I began, because I'm out of time, is why at the bottom of this slide you see two British logos. My own embassy, which is investing very heavily in science cooperation with the Czech Republic, and then this bit of government that calls itself the Science and Innovation Network, which Ottica is our bridge to, which is effectively driving a global effort to ensure that, as far as possible, we're all collaborating to our mutual benefit. That's to say, good things for everybody. So that's why we're here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, both of you, for this opening. It was great. And just before we start, very briefly, what we are looking forward today. So we have a morning session. So as you can see, we have actually 3 speakers in the morning, subdivided by the coffee break, which is also important. And my role here is the most important regarding the timing. So I should guarantee that at 12 o'clock, 5 minutes, we should go for lunch. So this is the morning session. And then we have the afternoon session, which have 3 more speakers. We have a discussion just right after the lunch. Then again, a short coffee break, and then we have 2 more presentations towards the afternoon, and at 4 o'clock we should be closing. Just to all of you who are watching and who are here, this is a hybrid conference, so we are actually having around 40 to 50 people here just to make the atmosphere for us and for the speakers. So this is the most important thing, and I think we can proceed to the next speaker, and it's our great honor to have Iain Stewart here with us. And Iain, please come here, and let's double check, okay? Let's just double check. Are you a geologist?
I am a geologist.
Okay. Are you connected with the UK somehow?
I am. At the University of Plymouth, I used to run a Sustainable Earth Institute.
Okay, that may be so far so good,
okay.
So you can stay with us.
Okay.
And do you have anything to do with science communication at all?
No, nothing really.
Okay, but 2 out of 3 is just
that okay?
fine. So the floor is yours, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Aleš. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And it's wonderful to be in person in a place where communication is so much easier, but I appreciate a lot of people online as well. So what I'd like to talk about, so I'm a geologist by background, as Aleš has alluded to there, but I work across a whole bunch of things to do with natural disasters, disaster risk reduction, climate change, geoenergy, communicating complex science to non-technical audiences is kind of how I describe it. And really what I want to talk about, and I'm presently based in Jordan, in Amman, at the Royal Scientific Society there, working on a whole bunch of things around sustainability. And what I'm interested in is how do we communicate some of the really complex issues around sustainability. So this is one of the most amazing places in the world. It is the Altiplano in Bolivia. These are the salt flats there. And it's a UNESCO site, and it's an extraordinarily beautiful place. It's also home to 30% of the world's lithium reserves, and lithium is the lightest metal, and therefore essential in a lot of renewable energy, etc. So as we move towards our low-carbon future, the pressure to dig up places like this to satisfy it will get bigger and bigger. And so we have really complex ethical issues, not just technical. The technical is the easy bit. More moral, ethical issues about how we address things like that. And that's at the heart, really, of what I want to talk about how do we communicate that, which is essentially an ethical description. It's not just scientific. So not everyone might agree with Sir David King. He was a former government chief scientist view that he talked about a year or so ago. I believe that what we do, and by we, I mean humanity as a whole, over the next 5 years, could well determine the future of humanity. This is a critical time. In essentially the time period that someone will go through their undergraduate and master's studies, we have to transform the global economic system and social system, and all organizations have to transform, including universities, in a period of 5 years. It sounds overwhelming and impossible, but if we don't do it, we're on a very different trajectory into the future. One of the key bits then from an academic, and I'll largely be talking from an academic standpoint here today, is how do we move our academics, our research, our scientists to move from this fixation with publications to public actions, actually doing meaningful things out there in the real world. So the way that we think about science communication is kind of a split mode, really, and it's simplified here. That in terms of the motivation of scientists, it's either knowledge-driven, it's curiosity, discovery-led science, pure blue skies thinking, or it's addressing problems of society. And most academics will kind of straddle along here and maybe shift actually over their career along that axis. And then along the bottom is, to what extent are the public allowed into the science? So on the left-hand side, very little, and on the right-hand side, much higher. And so down in this area, we traditionally refer to this as public understanding of science. So educating the public about science. It tends to be a kind of a one-way transmission process, and referred to as a deficit model. We may hear more about that as the day goes on. But then on the top right is public engagement. Just getting the public to come into science, to enjoy science, and it's much more of a dialogic model. But that really reflects this broad landscape of science communication. So very familiar down here, academic articles and conferences, fine. But as you drift to the top right, lots and lots of things open up. And science communication, the first thing to say about science communication is it's lots of fun. It's kind of like an antidote to the normal academic life that you do. You can be doing all these things, and all these things are somehow science communication in some way. So there's a place for everyone. And so it's a very broad spectrum of activities that go through. And no one really can be a specialist in any one of these kind of areas. So that is a landscape of science communication. Science itself is changing as well, though. So I've talked about this down here, about publications. It's kind of traditional science, mode one science, if you like. But increasingly, because of some of the issues, for example, that the ambassador mentioned about cyber and climate and COVID, there's a lot of science that's reflecting society's demands. It's coming through government policy, industrial strategy, these kind of things. Mode 2 science is referred to as science that's really much more delivering to what society wants scientists to do. And then if you push on into the far realm of the top right, you get into what's referred to as post-normal science. Post-normal science is when we're dealing with issues that are so complicated, they're interwoven, they're wicked. In other words, they don't have simple solutions. That is a really difficult, complicated place for scientists to act, because they have to act in all sorts of complicated networks to get at the same thing. Social learning and co-production, part of that, so bringing your end user into the process of science, and that's becoming increasingly important and sought after. So the landscape of science knowledge, if you like, is changing and should be changing rapidly. So how do we translate science communication onto that? Well, this is why I attempt to do that. Is down here, we're still in our heads thinking about public understanding of science. It's still, I would argue, the dominant mode of science communication, particularly in the university sector within academics. And in that area, it starts with a desire to inform and entertain. So the idea is science is amazing, let's tell people how amazing it is. As we move into the public engagement sphere, it's really then a desire to influence and persuade. How can we, these people that need science, how can we get our science to them in a way that will have attitudinal change? So, I mean, COVID provides us with lots of examples of this kind of nudge-type persuasion of behavioral change. But as we move into this area, into the public actions area, it becomes a little bit trickier. A desire to share power and responsibility. So that idea of whose knowledge is it that we're actually using? Is it just scientific knowledge? Is there other knowledge that we need to be bringing into the conversation? Of course, local knowledge, indigenous knowledge is important. And then the final one, a desire to evolve effective alternatives, is kind of transferring the power of science from us to the end user and really helping the end user negotiate, navigate their way through as a result of our knowledge. So that is a power relation, where the power is very much with the scientists and the academics down here, and eventually with the end user, the community, whatever it is, up there. So science communication is potentially a complicated trajectory, a complicated journey. And I think one of the things I'd really like to emphasize is someone coming into science communication is what are you doing it for? Which of those modes are you doing it for? Because as I'll show you, they have a completely different skill set and a completely different set of responsibilities that comes with that. And I think too much in science communication, we think of the products of science communication without thinking of the process that sits beneath them. So here's that simple model, PUS, the beautifully named PUS. PE and PA, so public understanding, public engagement, public actions. I'm going to talk about them in a different way, though. I'm going to talk about them through 3 dominant marketing paradigms of the last 2 centuries. Make and sell isn't really a marketing paradigm at all. Make and sell is where a company designs a product. It's inward-looking. It creates a product. It bases it on the materials that it needs to produce that product as cheaply, as effectively as possible. And then it has a sales team that sells that product out the door. I'm going to argue that that make and sell mode of science communication relies largely on journalism and media skill sets, as opposed to the next one, which is kind of true marketing, which comes around in the 1950s. The marketers arrive, and they say, you know what? It's not about the product. It's about your customer. Understand your customer. Who is your customer? You can change your product. You can make it bigger, smaller, flashier, cheaper, whatever. But unless you understand your customer, you won't be able to do it. So sense and respond is sensing your customer's need or your end user's need and responding to that. And that really largely derived from a whole bunch of empirical work that's been done in social and behavioral science. And then finally, guide and co-create is a marketing paradigm that's really only arrived in the last 10 or so years. And it's around ethical or social marketing. It's companies that have decided that actually what the customer wants is the company to have a sense, a vision of where they're going in the world, a clear mission statement that it's taking them in a particular direction that's motivational. That's the guide bit. And the co-creation is a realization they have to bring their customer base along with them as they go. It's an iterative process, making sure the customer understands where they're going and why they're going there. So Ben & Jerry's. Ben & Jerry's says, you know, we're a social enterprise that happen to make ice cream. That's what they say. Or Patagonia, or Unilever, or these kind of companies that have a social mission. And you buy into the social mission, and you then buy into the company as a second. And I think that is much more about participatory process and community. Anyway, let's crack on. I'm going to take you through these 3 modes and really try and think about the fact that there are very different ways of thinking about this thing called science communication. So make and sell. What is the key bit? The key bit is the assumption that it's a lack of information or understanding that is the reason why people don't accept science. So if they're not going to get a vaccine, it's because they don't understand how it works. And therefore, our job is to explain how it works. And if we explain it well, it's the second bit. If it was done better, then more people would accept it and follow that route. So their choices are more consistent with the science. Now, there's a bunch of stuff here. I'm just going to concentrate on the lower 2 in each of these for time-wise. The skill sets here is, and this is kind of the default skill set you'll find in any science communication course, the importance of writing in plain English, understanding storytelling, a critical part that I'll come back to, narrative imagery, Understanding the basic tenets of media literacy, and Malcolm will talk more about this really at the end, but journalistic practice. You know, this is stuff that's been refined over many centuries of people writing, and how can we learn from that? But then more specifically, a lot of universities now put their top academics, and sometimes their researchers, through media training as well. And actually, with the internet, my phone's over there, but I could be videoing in this, I could create a video and I could upload it at the break, and I've got something on YouTube, I can create my own content. So the interactions then of, I'm a geoscientist, who am I interacting with? Well, I'm interacting with press teams and media centers. I have to understand how they work. It might well be that I'd work directly with journalists. So one of the things about Twitter now, if you have a Twitter presence, is journalists will often contact you through Twitter. So you can have a direct relationship. And in the past, that would have normally been channeled through your press teams. Which is why they're now training you in media, because they're quite scared, the media teams, that actually a journalist is going to phone you up directly and they're not going to be able to mediate. And then finally, the policy advisors, lobbyists, those kind of interactions with the end user. So that's our ecosystem. So I've kind of made a career, a 15-year career of make and sell. So I'm a geologist. That's a narrow little world of rocks and things like that. That is very odd. It sits in the corner. No one really looks at it. I mean, from about 2000 onwards, making documentary programs, documentary series about the planet, how it works, why it's important to us, etc. So what I want to do now is really take you through, I think, some of the elements of good make and sell is from this perspective, which I would argue would work if you're doing a blog or any kind of communication device. The first one is to capture the awe and wonder of whatever it is you're talking about, to make people's jaw drops and just go, wow, this is the most incredible place I've ever been. It's the Crystal Cave in northern Mexico. These crystals are gypsum, the kind of thing you would use in your house, but these are tens of meters high. It's an extraordinary place. And you just go, what an amazing place the planet is. Job done. That's it. The second thing is, it's not about facts. Scientists are fixated with facts. We're fixated about fake facts. But actually, do you know what the average public doesn't, they pick up facts, they use them, they drop them back down. Facts are these weird currency. For the public, it's much more important about stories. Stories are the vehicle that within the fact that the facts sit in. So you can be told a whole bunch of facts and you can forget them. But if you're told a story about what someone did last night and their journey from here to there, there's facts in there. The architecture of the story has facts. But you remember the story, and therefore you remember 2/3 of the facts because you have to tell the story. So this is from a couple of climate scientists and published in Physics Today, actually. And it's talking about crafting messages, repeating them, more effective use of imagery, metaphor, narrative. Be a better storyteller. Lead with what you know, what your expertise is, and let your passion show. Too little in science do we hear about researchers been told to let their passion show because it's seen as not scientific. And that might work for science, but it's lousy for communication. Being relevant, connecting to people's lives, the so what thing. This is in the eastern US. So fracking was a big thing for me a few years ago. This is a tap in Pennsylvania where the methane is coming out. I actually filmed in this building. We couldn't get the tap to work, but she lit the kettle, which was slightly weird. But the point here is this notion, the green is a scientific method. This is the way we're trained through undergraduate and postgraduate. We start with collating this huge amount of knowledge, and we process that knowledge, and we then interrogate it, and as we become researchers, we analyze it, and then we end up with a tiny little thing at the end of our PhDs or our master's course, and that's what we suddenly want to communicate, and then no one cares. And we're like, what's going on? Why do you not care about that? I spent 5 years looking at that. And it's because the public start at that really sharp point there, and if you can't make it relevant to them at that point, there is no communication. It doesn't go anywhere. It stops. So, but if you can find ways of pulling people in, then eventually you can draw them in more and more into the detail of what you do into your world. But you have to flip, essentially, the scientific method. And again, for a lot of scientists, that's deeply uncomfortable to do that. It's about people. This is a quote that comes from a paper I wrote with a journalist, but it's Ted Neal's words. It's a fact often overlooked by scientists that most other people are mostly interested in other people. And they're mostly not interested in anything else. The fact that scientists are more interested in average than things and ideas marks them out. Who's a scientist in this room? Put your hands up if you're a scientist. Marks you out as mentally unusual. But you kind of know that anyway. So scientists are mentally unusual because we don't necessarily have the medium of people as our story. But we can do that. In almost every one of our disciplines, we have people that we engage with. And they're very compelling narratives. One of the most important persons is you. You as the researcher. Again, the scientific method strips you out. You don't really exist in the scientific. The data just gets collected magically and processed. Your worldviews, values, norms don't come into it. But again, for communication, that's a terrible way to do it. You are the gateway, the portal into your science. If people can't find you interesting, how on earth are they going to find your science interesting? So recognizing that you are the champion, if you like, for your science is, again, another area that for some people, they love it, and some people, they hate it. Some people, I remember doing some television, someone said, why can't you just get out the way and let people see the rocks? That was what they thought was holding things back, that people weren't getting a good enough view of the rocks rather than the person who was standing there telling about the rocks. So it's a mindset thing. This just brings a lot of that together as it tries to, these different elements. So that is classic make and sell. That's packaging science. That's just the first few minutes of a program, and we're then going into a 5-minute sequence about lavas and how lavas are created. It's quite technical, but that's a very relaxing, well, maybe not relaxing, so probably not the right word, high energy way into something that someone is just on the verge of turning over, and they go, oh, actually, hold on, who is that idiot jumping into the Victoria Falls? So this point about television is something that's absolutely fixated with audience. Who are they? I've had producers tell me, I understand BBC Two between 8 and 9. That's the public I understand. But there is a realization that the audience is key. And so the next stage really is refining that. So this first statement really goes against the statement that underpins the make and sell, because it says that people actually rarely make decisions based on information and facts. They typically take account of a whole broader suite of things, goals, needs, knowledge, values, beliefs. That's what they make their decisions on, not facts, necessarily. And there's an empirical science to that. There is a science to science communication. And if you're going to be a science communicator, you should know that science, because why would you not? That's a tool to use. So again, going to the skill sets, what is it? Well, it's a scientific understanding of the public, mental models, the way they see the world as opposed to the way the experts see it, the use of shortcuts, heuristics, the importance of emotion, the affective regime, cognitive dissonance. This has all come from neuroscience. The second thing really is about audience segmentation. How do you understand who your audience is and how do you target them? The importance of social networks, and fundamentally interdisciplinary working. Because I'm a geologist, I'm not going to go and retrain as a psychologist or a sociologist. I'm going to work with psychologists and sociologists. That's a much easier way to do it. So suddenly my interactions as a geoscientist are with people in the creative arts that can do television or can do video games, or work with people doing video games. That with the social sciences, that can understand the cognitive processes by which people make decisions, and with the humanities, philosophy, religion, that think about views, worldviews, etc. So just a couple of examples of this. So this is the famous thing about the 6 Americas. So these are the 6 demographic units in America about how people see climate change. And Pew, this is something that's got tracked. 2011, the first one. This is the one from 2019, which is a lot more encouraging, I'll tell you, than the one from 2011. 31% of the US public alarmed about climate change, 26% concerned, cautious 16%, 10% dismissive, and that was the same in 2011. But the point is, these are different groups defined not by facts, but by values and worldviews, et cetera, et cetera. And each of those publics needs a different communication strategy, different messaging to reach them. And yet too often what we do in science is we take one message and we just send it out, expecting everyone to suddenly fall into line and understand it. So the importance of understanding who these people are, and there's a UK version as well about the 7 UK publics, apparently, who knew. But actually, as I say, it's the same process that underpins that. And the reason for the complexity, and I think this feeds into the kind of thing we hear with COVID, people have to make decisions when there's not much time, there's too much information, there's a lot of uncertainty, and it's very emotional. That is the basic template for decision making. So what happened? When information is complex, people make gut instinct. They fast think, as Daniel Kahneman would say in his book, Fast Thinking, Slow Thinking. They make a fast decision, a gut instinct, and they take the decision. They know they've made a gut instinct decision, so they'll then, with slow thinking, start to look at this a little bit more, and they'll seek to affirm what they think. And the point is that they're wanting basically, because it's based on their values, they're basically wanting to be told they were correct to make that decision. And they'll then find that any evidence that goes against it, they'll reject. And any evidence that goes for it, they'll assimilate and say, yes, I was right to make that gut instinct. And a shortcut to that is this one. People most trust those whose values are similar to themselves. So if they're worried about climate change, they won't go out and hunt down a climate expert. They'll talk to their brother, their father-in-law, their neighbor up the street who watches these kind of things. They'll ask them because they trust them, or a media commentator in the news. Even though they know they've got no credentials in climate science, they trust them because they're like them. And that's the problem when scientists stands up and say, I'm a professor in this, and I'm telling you this. They don't trust because there isn't that overlap in trust. And here's the killer one, number 4. Opinions that aren't informed by logic or facts are not influenced by logical factual arguments. So if you've already made your decision based on your gut instinct, something down here, and then some scientist is telling you some information up here, it doesn't really matter because they're not talking in the same way. It's kind of missing each other. Which tells us, and we are fixated by logical, factual arguments. That's the way we get through science. We marshal all of our evidence in a logical way, and then we scratch our head when it doesn't seem to connect with people. It's because people are receiving their information a different way. A couple of examples from what we've been doing. So we've been involved in a deep geothermal project in southwest England, and this at a time of fracking and fracking producing earthquakes. So it was potentially quite controversial. And we were interested in social acceptance of geothermal. And so one of the things was, what do people think is down there under the surface? But we couldn't ask them because the language is very technical. So my PhD student invented the cube, and we got them to draw what they thought. This is a mental models approach. So we work with psychologists to develop mental models, and people would draw the way that they see. So in this one here, they've written this is a tin mining area, very traditional. Lots of people know family who worked in the subsurface, their grandfathers or whatever. So they've got the mine, and they've got things like granite, veins of tin, copper, zinc, silver. And then Hazel, my PhD student, said, yeah, but that's the cultural thing, that's the mine. What about the geology, the rocks? And they picked up a red pen and they wrote dark. So there's this levels of sophistication of knowledge with the cultural bit, but a very little knowledge of the scientific bit. So that's what's in people's heads. As I'm telling them about geothermal, they're just going dark, dark, sounds pretty dark, hot, dark, So that allows us to refine our messages. How can we get our messages trained a little bit more? Another work we've been doing, very different, the back streets of Istanbul, where there's a big threat of an earthquake. I've been working there many years, and this is a field trip that we took, or 2 field trips that we took into the back streets, bringing scientists. These were our researchers, postgrads, PhDs and postdocs working on geophysics, who had actually been running, in some cases, models for this area, but had never visited it, actually walked the ground and stared into the eyes of the people. And the thing you have to learn about geologists is we love earthquakes. Earthquakes are amazing. They let us see inside the earth. They're exciting when an earthquake happens. Suddenly, the media want to talk to us. They're fantastic. Adam here hates earthquakes because he lives with the idea that his building is going to collapse on him. And actually, you need to see both sides of that. So what that allows us to do is going in there, talking to people, and this is my PhD student, Johanna, with the Boom Pro. She's a visual anthropologist, is create content, in this case, short videos, that are much more attuned to what that local community would want rather than what we want to kind of transmit out. So that really drifts us into this new area of people-centered science. And I say new because in 2015, we had 3 momentous events or occasions really in terms of global science framework. We had the Paris Climate Agreement, we had the publication of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and for us that work in disaster risk, we had the UN Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. All of these said that the public ought to be brought more into the process of science, that the communities that are on the sharp end of climate change or of sustainability or of disasters need to be part of the conversation. And that's very well-meaning and great, but how do you do that? And how does science do that? And how do academics do that? I don't have as much experience in this area. It is the area I think is the frontier. Recently I was communications lead and evidence chair for the Scottish Climate Assembly, which is when we took a demographically mini Scotland, 100 people demographically chosen to be representative of Scotland, brought them together, and over a period of 7 weekends spread over 6 months, introduced them to climate science, but a little bit and energy and all of the issues, transport, land use, food, and then gave them space, and then they wrote a report which was sent into the Scottish Government. The Scottish Government have reported back, and just 2 weeks ago we then reported back to the Scottish Government telling them we weren't very impressed by their report back. But this is a dialogic process by which non-specialists are interrogating science and putting the academic experts on the spot. So a good example will be someone that comes in who's the expert in transport, and they'll go into breakout groups and they'll be quizzed by people, and they'll ask them about diet. And the person says, well, I don't know about diet. I'm a transport expert. And they say, yeah, but we have to know about everything. Why do you, as an expert, have to only know about your little area, and we have to know everything? And that's the challenge that politicians have and public have, is the expectation we have to know everything. And it lets us off the hook as experts, because we just have to know about our little area here. And so the challenge of being much more participatory is really important. So the guide and co-create process, again, is the notion of the guide part, is setting out a motivating vision for a better future. It's telling people this is the direction that we're going in. But we have to co-create that with these various beneficiaries that we work with, end users, whatever, communities. And it's purpose-led. So anyone working in business, I know purpose is the big thing in business. And so it's looking at the deeper intent, the purpose of the communicator. Why do you want to communicate? For a lot of people, they say it's just fun. Fine. That's not a bad reason to do it. But you have to be very clear about what your purpose is. Because the skill sets are very different to the previous one. It's basically what's called interpersonal competence. It's been able to relate to other people, been interesting, genuinely interested in other people. So empathy, authentic listening, so not instrumentalized listening where you set something up to hear the views of the public and then just do what you were going to do anyway. It's actually changing the way you think about things because of the input that comes back. It's skills around negotiation, facilitation, and conciliation, because you're trying to bring these people onto an equal footing with these so-called experts. Co-design, ethics, understanding theories of change, monitoring and evaluation about whether it's effective, whether it's doing the job you think it's doing, rather than just going, people had a great time and told me they loved it. You know, that's not appropriate anymore. And it's also then thinking about this role of who you are as a communicator. Are you going to be the facilitator or the honest broker, the scientist who just stays apart and just helps people understand the technicalities? Are you going to be the catalyst, the catalyst who narrows down options for politicians or end users to say, I'm the expert, I've done all this stuff, and this is what you should do, and I'm going to help you drive this? Or are you the activist, the one that actually goes into that community, embeds themselves in the community and drives it forward? Again, as you can imagine, the activist is a very uncomfortable place in science where you're supposed to be neutral and independent and all the rest of it. But unless you know what kind of role you want, you can't understand the skill sets that you really need to operate in. And again, I think that goes back. So this is really my final slide, which just says that almost all academics, I studied, almost all academics start down here. It's where we're comfortable. And so what I think we need to do quickly, at pace, is to drift in this direction. Be better communicators, of course, but then understand how the empirical science of the way people process information can make us even better communicators. And then finally get into this space. So we're so confident as communicators that we actually can work seamlessly with those end user communities. And what drives you through that whole thing is purpose. It's not just personal purpose. You need personal purpose. But increasingly, I'm of the view that you need your organization you work for to have purpose, so that you're very clear what your organization's purpose is, and you can dovetail, you can fit in with that. So I would argue universities have a requirement to be purpose-led organizations that set out a motivating vision and how they're going to achieve it, and all of their staff can then see about how they follow into that. And I'll just finish there. I've now moved, as I say, to Royal Scientific side out in Amman. And this is the idea about how we merge these make and self, sense and respond, guide and co-create within an organizational setting is what I'm really interested in. And I'll stop there, and if I've got time, take some questions.
Jan, thank you very much. My first teacher, she loved British English. She would say, it was not as bad as all that. I would say it was fantastic. I mean, it was really
Thank you, Aleš.
Super, at least for me. I have to say, really, I have learned a lot. So we have a few more minutes for comments and questions. So anybody in the room commenting, questioning the things? I see 7 hands raising up. Okay, who will be the first?
It's like an auction, isn't it?
It's an auction. Oh, excellent. So I will, we have the microphone right here.
Thanks very much. I'm not going to ask so much about the talk, which was fabulous. It's just I want to know how they got that shot over the Victoria Falls.
Yeah. So I should tell you about that place. It's called the Devil's Pool, and it's a very safe place to go in September when the river is low, and it's a little backwater pool. When we arrived to film, there were American tourists, youngsters, 19, 20, running up and down that line and backflipping in and things like that. So what I did was nothing. But yeah, I mean, I think there was the various cameras and I think a GoPro stuck in the end of a pole for the money shot. So yeah.
I was wondering as well. This was my question as well. So, any other comments, questions? Please do not hesitate. Okay, we have a question right here. Perfect.
Yes, thank you also for a wonderful presentation. I have a question about humanities. What is the role of humanities in this? And I ask the question because in Czech language, you say věda, which is science translated, but it includes humanities as well, like the German Wissenschaft. So I wonder, how would you position, you mentioned once humanities, how would you position humanities in this discussion?
I think what we see as we move through that. So I start at a science engineering place, and I've gradually developed these interests in interdisciplinary working and hopefully transdisciplinary working. As you move through that, you have to bring more and more people into the conversation. And I think that as you move that, the humanities have got a tremendous amount of importance and just an understanding the way that the human, I'm going to refer it in a very mechanical way, the human system sort of works. But I think it blends into this idea about the ethics and whose worldviews are we using, for example? What the role of science as this doctrine of value and truth and things like that really needs to be questioned as you get across into some of these other areas. And I think that maybe underpinning your question is one of the challenges: how do we bring those groups together in an academic setting? But here's the thing: if we can't do it in a university, where can we do it? And too many universities are still disciplinary siloed into their different areas. And even in my university, we created a little interdisciplinary center at the top, but the whole superstructure was still, science, engineering, humanities, arts, business, etc. And no one's told the planet this. So the planet operates right across these. So I think what we need to do is to start finding ways to connect people, and it will start with people. I think you can help from the rector down, but I think it's going to be people that make the connections. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Perfect. And excellent. We have next question. And we will see. We have 3 minutes to go. So it will be...
I'll try and keep this quick
short,
then.
And then we have Ondra. Okay.
I have a question about community outreach. You mentioned, taking people into science who would not necessarily be there if it wasn't for that. But my question is, how do you engage people on the right end of the spectrum that you mentioned, the ones who wouldn't necessarily be interested in science to begin with, the ones who are dismissive of it, maybe? Do you have any tips for that? Thank you.
I think if you go to the far end, that's really difficult. That 10% is the same in 2011 as it is now. And that is because people that are there have made a decision about science based on their political views or scientists is going to be difficult to reach. So I think that that's quite hard. But inboard of that a little bit are people who are interested but not sold on it, and I think they can be reached. The critical bit in communication always comes down to is who are they, understand them. And this comes back down to a problem we have. What we're saying is that academics need to embed themselves in these kind of communities to understand them first, before they can do any communication. And that's really hard when you've got a research grant that's going to be 3 years or 1 year and you have to get in and do it. The temptation is just to do a make and sell job, So I think having the commitment to be in for the long term is the only way to reach those. The other way, of course, is bringing people from that into science, so role models, the diversification of the academic world, for example. So a lot of the attention around EDI is to try and make that science world much more representative of those marginalized communities. But it's always going to be difficult. And science communication too much has taken the easy route to talk to the left-hand side, because they're the ones that turn up. You're all in that left-hand side. And we don't tend to reach across to the right-hand side. Not in a political sense, I have to say, but in that graphical sense.
Thank you very much. I will just ask this, can we take one more question? Oh, okay. So the last question, and who is having the microphone? Okay, Ondra, okay. Here is the Sabi.
Thank you, Ondra Hradil from Maastricht University. I have a why question. Because, let's say, you presented a beautiful model, but why should I, as a scientist, move from the bottom left to the upper right?
So if you're right down in that bottom left corner, the enticement, because it's quite a scary place up in that top right, the enticement is that by being a better communicator, you will produce better papers. So there's even some research been written that the so-called hero's journey, the classic tale that Hollywood uses for most of their movies, that hero's journey trajectory, that's the way we write our research proposals, for example. There's this problem, we're hanging around, then we have got this new machine, a new technique, that takes us off into this place, we're going to solve all these great things, we're going to, with this new mindset, we're going to be able to do this and do that, fund me, give me money. So you can take people a little up the way by saying you will be a better writer of papers and getting more income, and you'll get higher citations and all the rest of it. And there's a lot of evidence now that your Twitter profile, things like that, also can correlate to some extent with citations. I think in the university world, we're moving away from that. Certainly in the UK world, impact is the key. And so if your university can show that you're having a social impact, you're having an impactful effect on your wider community, that's where your university can use it, your department can use it, and suddenly you get value. That is still uncomfortable for many academics. So I think the argument is to start on this thing about the value you get as an academic for better communication, and then drift. Now, not everyone will continue on that line. That's fine. But I think that it's that case of starting the journey. But impact, I think, will end up becoming a much more dominant thing across the university sector, because it's a win-win. We've realized it's a win-win for everyone almost in the universities. But it's a meta-marketing device for most universities. Having their academics solving things to do with cancer or water in Africa or something like that. It brings students in a whole bunch of things. I know that sounds very kind of mechanical and all the rest of it, but that's the way the university looks at it.
Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the answers. And we go further with 1 minute 35 seconds delay, which is, I think, fantastic. And I will give a floor to Christiana Vagnoni. And I also have some questions to check. Okay. Do you live in Great Britain recently?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that's the first fact, okay. Have you applied for a British citizenship?
Is it not private information?
Okay. You don't have to say no, but you can have, you can say no comment in that time.
No comment then?
No comment, okay, but there could have been an attempt. And this last question, the tricky one. Do you drink cappuccino after lunch?
Oh, that's a tricky one, but yes.
Yes, and do you drink cappuccino in the evening after dinner?
Only decaf.
Okay, on decaf. That means that do you have something to do with Italy?
Yeah, but I guess, you know, between being in Britain for so long and...
Okay, but the name, you know. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
And we are looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Aleš. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and this is my first conference in 3D since, I don't know, what feels forever. So my name is Christiana Vagnoni. I work as Biological Sciences and Health Advisor at the Parliamentary Office for Science and Technology, that is a bicameral office within the UK Parliament. So before going into many more details, let's have a quick overview of what we're going to talk about today. First of all, we're going to talk about what is the UK Parliament and how it differs from government. Then we're going to deep down a bit more in what is a parliamentary audience, who uses research in Parliament, and then we're going to explore the work of my office, the Parliamentary Office for Science and Technology, try to understand what makes a good briefing, and finally, have a look at 2 case studies. So very quickly, what is the UK Parliament? There are 3 key elements within the UK Parliament. The first of all is the House of Commons. This is the elected house. There are 650 members of the House of Commons. They are called MPs. And there are every 5 years, there are elections, more or less. Then, second part of the UK Parliament is the House of Lords. The members of the House of Lords are called peers, and there are more or less 800 peers that are appointed, not elected. And finally, key part of Parliament is the monarch, that is our politically neutral head of state, and she has mainly a ceremonial role. For instance, she opens up Parliament every year, and she gives royal assent to new pieces of legislation. So what does the UK Parliament do? Well, first of all, it represents the people. Secondly, scrutinizes government. It also has something to do with legislation, as we know. Debates important issues of the day, and finally, checks and approves government spending. So we had a quick overview of Parliament that is based in a beautiful Palace of Westminster, and this is different from government that is based in Whitehall. And government is made of some MPs and some peers that are chosen by the Prime Minister. Government runs government departments and public services and is accountable to Parliament. So, as Iain was saying before, it's really important for any science communication to really know your audience. And perhaps I would like to ask you, what do you think the parliamentary audience is like? Do you have any idea? Don't be shy. We have the in-house expert here.
Parliamentary audience should be all citizens of the country.
True, but if you look at parliamentarians themselves, what do you expect from them? What kind of people they are?
Again, those who were elected, so covering all counties in the country?
Yes, that's true. Like they are elected, so they represent people. And if we go into the details of the parliamentary audience, well, parliamentarians and policymakers are extremely busy people. And members in part of Parliament not necessarily have the knowledge and the understanding of the science behind an issue. And however, they are very, very good in picking up new information and reply to journalists quickly after being briefed 5 minutes before. So definitely it's a skill that not many people have. Another important thing to consider when talking to parliamentarians is that research evidence and science evidence is only one of the many other things they need to consider, such as the implication for society or the cost of something. Like imagine an intervention that is perfect but costs millions and millions of pounds for one single citizen. It's impossible to, accept that and move on with policies because, of course, there is a cost of that. Another important point, as our audience just said, is that MPs are elected and they represent a constituency. So when you're trying to communicate to them, it's really important that you try to pitch it to actually their local or regional area and try to figure out why they should matter for them. So before going into the work of the Parliamentary Office for Science and Technology, I just want to give you a broad overview of who else uses research in Parliament and who else communicates research evidence to policymakers. So this is a pretty, ginormous table. And in green, you can see areas that are associated with the House of Commons, so elected House. In red, you can see those that are associated with the Lords, so appointed House. And in purple, there are the bicameral offices. And one of those is Post. Of course, unfortunately, I cannot give you all the details because we don't have time. I just would like to quickly mention the select committees. Oh, sorry. That's here. So essentially, the job of select committees is to closely scrutinize government. And in particular, in the House of Commons, select committees are focusing on one specific government department. So there is one select committee in the Commons for every government department. So if you think about the Department of Health and Social Care, there will be the Committee for Health and Social Care. And how do they scrutinize the government? In the UK, they can open an inquiry when they have a specific issue that they want to analyze. And they issue a call for written evidence. So they receive this written evidence, and then they can follow up with a series of oral evidence sessions. That means they call in witnesses to go into more details of the evidence that is submitted, or they also call other witnesses because they want to have a broad overview of the issue. Then they sit down together, write a report, and this report will have a series of recommendations from government. And what is really important from select committees is that the government has 60 days to respond to these recommendations. So keep that in your mind for later on, because it's going to become important later on. Of course, there are other people that within Parliament use research. We have individual MPs and individual peers and their researchers. And also we have all-party parliamentary groups that I'm not sure you have here in Czech Republic, but essentially they are a group of informal groups of MPs for many different political parties, and they cover specific issues, and some of them also cover scientific issues, such as, like science innovation or medicine. And they meet, they have some events, and they also run some inquiries. However, the government doesn't have to reply to these inquiries. So that's the main difference. So finally, we talk about the Parliamentary Office for Science and Technology. So our role, in a nutshell, is to make a bridge between science and research and policy making to ensure that the best available research is there for parliamentarians to do their job of scrutinizing the government and scrutinizing the legislature. So POST does that through a series of activities. So we write briefings for parliamentarians. We support select committees. The select committees that I talked to you about before, with their own inquiries. We also run a series of events about research for parliamentarians. We provide trainings about research and research methods. And finally, we participate in international activities on rich events like this one. So just to give you a bit of an idea of how POST run. So we have every quarter a meeting with our board. The POST board is made of 8 MPs, 4 peers, and also members of the scientific community that have been elected by the national academies. They are there to represent also the expert, the scientist. And they approve our topics for the next quarter to make sure that actually the briefings that we make are timely and relevant for Parliament. And here, in the picture there, you can see our chair. His name is Adana Frije. He's an MP for Webster and has been our chair since 2010. So it's an expert of our work, definitely. So this is a post note, and there are many copies available for you to have a look. So I don't know if you had the chance to read or just skim reading one of these in the coffee break before. As you can see, there are only 4 pages. This is our flagship product. We have been producing post notes for essentially 30 years, I would say. And there are key elements of these kind of briefings. So can anybody think of what makes a good briefing?
Well, I will try, as I read view, it is readable.
Yes.
It is understandable even to a non-expert in the field. It has got reference to literature to go to more details if I am interested. And it's brief, and it has got a summary for those who don't read more than 5 sentences.
That's a perfect description. Yes. So there are 4 key pillars of what makes a good brief for policymakers. First of all is content. Does the brief cover what you would expect to cover? Second of all is structure. It's really important that the brief is organized in an easy-to-read structure. And if you have a look at it, guys, you can see that there is a clear overview here in green. There are like clear boxes where people can find the right information. There are clear headings and subheadings that are really explicative of what's about. Another important point is accessibility. It's really important that the brief is accessible for parliamentarians that are not specialists. So jargon sometimes can be your enemy. And of course, for any science communication, you need to use some jargon. But when you write a briefing for parliamentarians, you need to think, do I actually need to use another difficult word? I mean, you need to, or if you have a jargon, you need to explain it clearly. And finally, what is really important for us is also impartiality. So we need to ensure that we are politically impartial because we work for both the Lords and the Commons, and that also we are scientifically impartial. And all the statements would need to be balanced and objective. So I wanted to talk to you about 2 case studies right now to kind of explain to you how the work of Post actually helps to drive, parliamentary work and then eventually policy change. So this is a case study from 2015-2016. So there was, back in the days, there were like a lot of concerns within the environmental campaigners community, but also the academic community about the impact of microplastic in the ocean to the human health. So what happened was that at Post, we proposed to the board a post-note analyzing the impact of microplastic pollution in human health. This was October 2015, and then we started working on it in January 2016. In the meantime, the Environmental Audit Committee, that is a select committee within the House of Commons, started an inquiry looking at the environmental impacts of microplastic. So as you can see, these two works, were the post-note and the inquiries, were running more or less at the same time, but we had the slightly advantage in terms of timing. So that means that we were able to feed in information and evidence and experts that we find through our research within the post-note in the Environmental Audit Committee report. And what I forgot to tell you about before is how a post-note is written, and I'm sorry about that. So the way in which we write post-notes is usually more or less in 3 months to 6 months, depends. Essentially, we start with desk-based research, and we look at not only the academic community research, but also the policy research, and also whether there are any industry reports or whether there are any reports from charities, because, as Iain was saying, there are silos among these communities, right? And we want to provide an overview of all of them, because for policymakers, it's really important to understand where things are, right? Not only from the science perspective, but also from the society perspective. So after this initial research, we also go and talk to stakeholders that actually either wrote the report or are involved in campaigning, etc. And this actually gives us a better understanding of what the field is like. Because, of course, for instance, if you think about academic papers, you can read a paper that's been published in 2022, but actually there is so much more going on in the lab in the same time, and so much that is not yet published. And so talking to people that are doing the science allows you to understand actually all the breadth of the field that you're looking at. And finally, a post-note is also extensively peer-reviewed, internally in our offices and within Parliament, but also externally to the, the same stakeholders that we interviewed, and sometimes even more. So while we were doing all of that for marine microplastic, the Environmental Audit Committee was doing their own work with written evidence and oral evidence session. And you can see how having this knowledge within Post was really important, because we could recommend to them, oh, these are the latest report. Oh, this is a really good expert that you should have as a witness. And so there was a really knowledge exchange between these two bodies. So the post-note was published in June 2016. The Environmental Audit Committee report was published in August. And then after that, remember, the government has replied. The government published his response. And in the Environmental Audit Committee report, there was one of the recommendations was about the ban of microplastics in cosmetic products. And the government actually decided to accept that recommendation, and microplastic in cosmetic products became illegal in the UK in 2018. So you can see here this nice chain of events from our work at Post to policy change in government. The next example I want to talk to you about, and it's something that's been already brought up today, is Post's response to COVID-19. So when the pandemic hit, nobody was really ready, especially if you think about an office that works on this 3 months to 6 months timeline, having extensive stakeholders interaction, and extensive processes of peer review back and forth. So we're definitely not ready for that, but we readapt quickly our processes to make sure to meet parliamentary needs, because of course they didn't have time, they needed responses, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, where you remember nobody knew anything, right? So the way in which we responded to COVID-19 was with different products. First of all, we produce rapid evidence analysis. We're going to go into details later. We supported select committees, even more than usual. We also put together an expert database with more than 5,000 experts, and this was possible thanks to a unit that we have within Post that is called the Knowledge Exchange Unit, and essentially their job is to build these bridges with the academic community. So we had 5,000 experts ready for Parliament to be called as witnesses, and ready for us also to helping us for our products as well. And that was fantastic, right? In a moment in which you don't know where to look at, right? And finally, we also conduct a survey of 1,100 experts, asking them what they were concerned about. This was early on in the pandemic. This is 2020. We don't know anything about COVID. There were no vaccines, et cetera, et cetera. And we identified these several areas of interest, of concerns, actually, from experts. Another resource that we published is there. In the screen is a COVID glossary. So you remember, I said to you, jargon sometimes is the enemy. And with COVID-19, of course, there was new jargon every day. So what we decided to do was to create this glossary that is printable for parliamentarians, is available online, as all the rest of our products. Everything is on our website. And essentially there we explain every term related to COVID-19, divided, of course, in subtopics, so it's easy to read, to make sure that people, that are not expert and don't have technical expertise can open them up, look for the word, and say, okay, I understand it now. So now I'm going to talk a bit more about post-evidence analysis. That was essentially my main job for the past 18 months. These are rapid evidence summaries that were produced in a matter of weeks or few days rather than months. That was our normal timeline. And of course, there were a series of challenges with that, especially at the beginning. Now it's a bit better because, of course, we've seen exponential growth of research about COVID. But at the beginning, it was very, very challenging. So the key challenge for sure was the scale and the scope of evidence and disciplines. So this is just a snapshot of all jargon and terminology and topics on which you can write a rapid evidence synthesis on COVID. And another big challenge for us was the fact that Post, as a very small team of research of biological sciences and health advisors, we are only 2, so there was a lot going on for the 2 of us. Another big problem, as I said before, are the timelines. Of course, new evidence was coming in every day. So it was really important for us to readapt our processes and make sure that we could maintain, our standard, but also cutting down some edges in terms of we had to adjust. And a way to do that, and I'm sorry that Fiona is not here today in person, is using the Science Media Center for some reports that were coming up and some new studies. So essentially, the Science Media Center is this amazing resource, and we're going to hear more about it today, that has a series of views for journalists on expert reactions on specific new papers or new report, etc. And that was super, super useful, because imagine you have to put together something in 1 week, and you don't have the time to go interview the experts. However, someone else did it for you, and they put everything together with different experts, and they highlighted the limitation of the studies, the strength of the study, the implications for policy. And you could say, look, is Professor XYZ that is an expert in immunology and is making this comment. So that was extremely helpful for us, because thanks to that, we were able to, speed up. Of course, remember, we're writing for non-specialists, and there are a series of challenges for non-specialists. Statistical literacy. So we cannot assume that people really understand statistics. And other things we cannot assume from parliamentarians is that they understand uncertainty. So this is just an example here. You can see various numbers, but essentially if you look at the purple box at the end, there's a number indicating vaccine efficacy of COVID-19 vaccine in kids. And then if you look at the parentheses, there is like a confidence interval. That is pretty broad. It's between 67 and 98%, right? And that is very important to communicate that actually there is not one single number, but it's a range. And it's definitely something that, especially in the moment of COVID, it was even more important to communicate uncertainties around it. Of course, another big problem was judging research quality and communicate the quality of research to policymakers while we were writing these briefings. And finally, also make sure that the implications for policy were clear. So looking at quickly how we dealt with expressing uncertainty, this is an example from the 3rd of December, 2021, when Omicron, was just spreading in the UK, and my colleague Sarah Bunn put together a rapid response on Omicron in less than a week. Essentially, the way in which we dealt with expressing uncertainty, first of all, here, put a clear banner that this is a fast-moving issue. So everyone that opens up that page knows that, hey, it was written on the 3rd of December. Today is the 22nd of February. Actually, we're updating this briefing right now. But essentially, people have the context, have the right time context for that. Second of all, it's really important the language, and be clear with your language of where the uncertainty is. And I just put there, highlighted there some language around uncertainty, or what is uncertain, and also how much time is going to be needed to actually have a bit more information, because this has a clear implication for policy, right? Then we can go on with many more challenges for bodies like POST around producing COVID-19 rapid responses. The big problem, especially at the beginning, was to identify high-quality research evidence. And, at the beginning, there wasn't that much going on. Now it's much better. Another important part for us is presenting body of evidence. So if you follow COVID-19 media, usually there is one media article or 1,000 media article on one specific studies, but actually one single study doesn't tell you that much. You need to look at the broad picture. You need to think about meta-analysis, a systematic review, etc. So we were always presenting bodies of evidence rather than single studies. And that, of course, is a challenge in the moment in which the systematic reviews are not there yet. Another big challenge for us was relying on preprints, so papers that were not yet peer-reviewed. And of course, we had to use them because that was the main source of information sometimes. But we had to make sure that it was clear that that was a preprint, that was not yet peer-reviewed. There was still preliminary in terms of results. And finally, another big challenge was updating the briefing in line with new evidence to make sure that parliamentarians had always the most up-to-date evidence, and so that we could meet their need. So I think my brief overview of POST is done right now. You have our website and our Twitter account, and also for the Knowledge Exchange unit that you can follow. And now I'm ready for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the floor is Otakar again. Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
And then we have another question. So I will give Otakar my microphone, Sabi. Oh, okay, doesn't matter.
Perfect.
Thank you, Christiana. Great talk. I would like to just comment that all these post notes are publicly available.
Yes.
And all these reports are downloadable even for us from the Czech Republic. They present a huge source of knowledge, and I'm really a fan of those and browse even the past ones. Just I noticed that your one was number 660, so I wanted to check what the number 666 is going to be in the future, and if you just considered skipping this number when counting on, and and this is just a joke. And then the final thing is how well received are these post notes by Parliamentarian? Are you receiving comments back? Are they asking for individual meetings with you just to understand more from you who did the research? Or do they come back to you asking for reports or speedy responses on other topics? And do you cope with the flow of these requests, or do you have to sometimes say no? Or is it possible to say no to parliamentarians? Thank you very much.
Wow. Thanks. So for the 666, I think we have it printed on the table outside. I don't remember which one it is, but we have it. So I guess we're not superstitious. With regards of the follow-up of post notes, so we keep track, as Otakar was saying, all our post notes are available online. And we can keep track of downloads. And we can also keep track of where the downloads come from. So for instance, if there is a newsletter that is only accessible to parliamentarians and parliamentary staff, we can see how many people click on that link, so that how many people are actually downloading the post note. And so this gives us a bit of an idea of like how they are received, I mean, how much they are used. Then another important point for us is our interaction with select committees. So we have like one-to-one interactions with people that work in the select committees and do they are like the staff of the select committees. And often it happens that after these one-to-one interactions, sometimes we also can give a close briefing to the select committee to discuss the post note. Sometimes in the past, we also had events in which people that contributed to the post note were coming to Parliament and explaining these issues to parliamentarians, having a more one-to-one discussion. So definitely there are like many follow-up. So far, I think we never say no. And also it's great that we have so many interactions also with parliamentary staff, right? So that even if it's not us necessarily responding to an MP, maybe it's the House of Commons library that say to MP, oh, look, you're interested in this topic, there is a post note about it. So we have a lot of interaction with other people in research and information within Parliament.
Good morning, my name is Petr Kaiser from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, dealing with science diplomacy, basically. Thank you very much for fascinating presentation, and I understand, your point of view is communicating with the Parliament, which means basically on national level, and to actually deliver some evidence base to your policymakers. Myself, following debates, for example, related to COVID in different countries like United States, UK, France, Germany, our country, there are some different, I would say, narratives in some regard. So my question is how important it is for you to actually establish or take into consideration international understanding of some issues. I think it was very key applying measures to to combat pandemics. I think we might have, to my disillusionment a little bit, we might running the risk that there is really the difficulties and many obstacles in this regard, that we come together at international stage in the common understanding of science. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And yes, you're right. I mean, it's definitely an issue, right, to put together, try to figure out how a response of one country actually relates to the response of many other countries. And it's a concern that many, many stakeholders that we interviewed in, for instance, the Preventing Zoonosis Diseases post note that you have here printed, is a concern that they share. And actually, we make sure that, we voice their concern. We report that external stakeholders are concerned about that. At the beginning of the pandemic, we also did a lot of international comparisons of how different countries were responding to the pandemic. And that was somehow easier at the beginning when there was much less going on. Of course, now the global response is going to another level. But definitely that's a matter of a concern that we try always to point out in all our briefing we're writing. I am actually now finishing a briefing about immunization policies, and actually something that came up over and over again is the coordination of vaccine selection and how we do it. Should the WHO being, the one coordinating that? Of course, I don't have the answer for that. I can just, put down there what are the key issues for policymakers to consider, and the international aspect is always there.
Thank you very much. So, a few more comments, questions. Perfect. We have another question, comment.
Yes, thank you again for a very instructive and informative presentation. You mentioned that the material you prepare for the MPs is, respects impartiality, and it should be balanced and objective.
Yes.
And then in the previous presentation, we also heard about ethics, values, and worldviews that somehow frame even the most objective scientific knowledge. So I would like to know how you balance this.
That's a very good question. And definitely, I am a scientist by background, right? So I'm going to look, I know that, I try to take away all my passion, but definitely my passion is there. And I cannot pretend not to see the science. Like, the science is there, and definitely I give space to the science because we are the scientific, Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology. So that's my job. On the other side, though, I'm aware of who I'm talking to, so I need to also acknowledge what else is going on with, of course, all the limitation and what is happening. For instance, we wrote about vaccine misinformation, disinformation. So it's really important that we say, this is the science, and this is what, I don't know, many research groups have proven, and this is what WHO has said, and all the important, the authoritative bodies. But on the other side, it's also really important to acknowledge that there are issues with misinformation, and also what are the somehow initiatives that are combating that. And I think that is where I would say my value is. It's look for the science, acknowledge what else is there, but actually try always to say, but this is what is happening, to tackle this particular issue. Because we cannot ignore, for instance, for COVID-19 vaccines, that of course there is a lot of misinformation about vaccines. And of course, for parliamentarians, it's important to know that this is an issue. And it's also important for them to know that there are a series of initiatives to tackle that. Did I answer your question?
Okay. We have one more question. Fantastic. René, as I can see.
Could you please elaborate a little bit on people who are writing the reports? You are a scientist. Are all the people the scientists, or are there any formal journalists? And are the same people writing 1 week a report on, let's say, medicine, 1 week on space technologies?
No, that's a good question. Sorry, I didn't go too much into details. So I would say that all of us have, so we are a team of 8 people within Post, 8 science advisors. We have 2 biological sciences and health advisor. We have 2 social sciences advisor. We have 1 energy advisor, 1 environment advisor. And then we have 2 digital and physical sciences advisors. So what happens is that I would cover health and medicine, most likely. And then, the energy advisor will cover energy, et cetera, et cetera. Our background is science. Not necessarily all of us have a PhD. I am a neuroscientist by background, and now I'm covering many COVID vaccine. So there is a lot of learning and talking to the experts and building relationship over time as well, because I've been covering vaccine for a long time. So the first thing is making sure that you know who are the academic that you can rely on and where the information comes, where the information is, and have sometimes one-to-one chat with them just to kind of clarify some points, etc. In terms of the way in which we work, we produce a lot of post notes, and it would be impossible to do it all by ourselves. We have an internship program with PhD students from UK universities that come to us for 3 months. They kind of freeze their PhD, and we supervise them to produce a post note. 99% of the time is a post note. Sometimes it's other different products, but I would say 99% of the time is a post-note, and sometimes also we do post-notes ourselves. And that is a fantastic opportunity for them to actually be policy-wise researchers, because a lot of them will come back to academia and become professors and then speak to the media because they already have a bit of like training, if you want. And other of them actually decide to go in this career path. And I think it can be challenging sometimes from PhD students to get into the policy work and in 3 months produce something, but definitely they are extremely brilliant people. We closely follow them every day and make sure that they have all the information they need. And I think it's a great training opportunity that, I wish I did back in the days.
Thank you very much. Perfect. I suppose that those who have been responsible for health, medicine, and energy have been rather busy recently.
No.
That would be my perception. Is that correct? And
we learn every day.
When you have 3 months internship for those people who actually have frozen their PhD, do they come back to their PhD or stay with you sometimes?
So they all came back so far. I must say sometimes they feel like they miss post and they miss because they are working on big topics that are definitely relevant for policymakers, for society. Like every day they wake up saying, oh, I really need to see the big picture on preventing emerging zoonosis or anything else. And then they come back into a little, whatever receptor in whatever, environment, etc. And they can feel a bit like, sad after that. But actually, all of them say that it's a great thing for them to come to post for writing. So because they produce this post-note in 3 months, and even if it's only 4 pages, it's a lot of work because editing and integrating external reviews and internal reviews, there is a lot of thinking, and they start writing since essentially the first week to have it done. And so what they told me 1,000 times is that has been amazing, because when they come back to the lab and they have to finish the PhD thesis, they're like, and they finish it all, because of course they are much less afraid to have it perfect. This is something also I tell to my students all the time, that the perfect is the enemy of good. Sometimes with an academic mind, you want to have the perfect, every perfect sentence and everything ready to print. But actually, it can be a barrier. You sometimes just need to have something on the paper that gives you a structure, that gives you a flow, that kind of put together something in your mind as well, and then you make it perfect. And I think that change of mindset, if you want, is actually really valuable for them as academics and also, as professional academics in life, communicators, etc.
Christiana, I have to say, I wish I finished my PhD it was not like this.
Me too. Me too.
So we were not lucky in that respect. 11:05, it's perfect timing. Excellent. Thank you very much for your presentation once again.
Thank you.
And to those of you who are watching the online, please stay with us after 20 minutes. And those who are here, we have a small coffee break. So I would like to invite you for that. Thank you very much, Christiana.
Thank you.
And we will be back with you according to the program. So we will be back here, if I'm not mistaken, if I can see even you can see this is fantastic, it is even burning. So if I'm not mistaken, this is till 11:25. So 11:25 we will be back here. Perfect. Hello everybody. After the break, we are sorry for around 3 or 4 minutes delay, because the trouble was that before lunch we had a coffee break with some nice food, and they said that we should finish it and we will not be allowed to go for lunch before all the food is finished. So it has taken us 3 extra minutes. I'm sorry, Adam. Welcome here.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well, thank you.
Perfect. I hope you are fine and you don't envy our small refreshments here at the Charles University.
Well, I've got my coffee here, but it sounds like there may be some more interesting food than I have.
We also had some salami, some ham, some sweets as well. So, and 4 different kinds of coffee. So, wow. Not bad.
Stop it.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to welcome Adam Hart, and it will be the presentation before the lunch. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it here to Prague, but hopefully this is not the last time. And I suppose we will be probably repeating this conference next year. So, you know, any chance to be here with us? And but still, it works. Technically, everything is fine. So the floor is yours for your presentation, and I would suggest that you keep the space for question and answers at the end. So we have some space at the end of your presentation.
I will do. And I guess lunch is at 12:05, is it?
Okay, so this is the most important thing of the day. Yeah. Okay, so we have lunch exactly at 12 o'clock and 5 minutes. So we can have 12. So we have 40 minutes. Let's make it 40 minutes for you. Is that fine?
All right, I'll try and bring us in on time.
Okay, fantastic. The floor is yours, Adam.
All right, well, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here, even if it's only virtually. And yeah, I want to talk about the bother of bugs. I want to talk about some of the challenges that we face when we're doing science communication with a group of animals that can be particularly troublesome when it comes to getting the message across. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the problems, and then I'm going to talk about how we can hook people in and actually, in fact, use some of those problems in a sort of judo fashion to our advantage in order to get people on our side. And then I want to talk a little bit about how we can expand that hook into something called citizen science, which I'm sure many of you are aware of, this idea of engaging people in a partnership of research. And I've used that in several studies to do with what can only be described really as uncharismatic and sometimes actually quite loathed organisms for some big wins in terms of both the research, but also in terms of science communication and general awareness and engagement. And then I want to think about whether there are any general transferable lessons that we can take from looking at engagement and sort of insect science communication and looking at things more widely. And then I want to finish with some thoughts about how we might get better. And in particular, some thoughts about how we might borrow from other disciplines in order to sell what we've got, our product, if you like, our science communication in a more effective and more efficient way. So that's where I'm heading. Okay, so here's the fundamental problem, right? If I say wildlife to most people, or if I say nature, most people, and I would actually, as an entomologist, shamefully include myself in this, most people tend to think, when you say wildlife, of organisms like this lion or perhaps a shark, right? Most people, when you are thinking of wildlife or nature, and certainly when we look at what's being consumed in terms of sort of television programs and the media, wildlife and nature to most people are large animals, generally speaking. And we are talking about animals, by the way. Very few people will be thinking of plants, fungi, bacteria, or any of that sort of diversity. Mostly we're thinking about animals, and we're generally thinking about large animals, or at the very least, we're generally not thinking about very tiny animals. We're usually thinking about things that are quite cute, cuddly, furry, sometimes feathery. You know, some people might be into birds, but generally we're talking about mammals. Those features of mammals, or the large mammals at least, being large, charismatic, cute, cuddly, furry, they are the antithesis of invertebrates, of the insect world particularly. Right? Most of the insects are not like that. So the first problem that we have when we're trying to engage people with insects is just this issue of scale. We've got two insects here that are probably quite familiar to people. We've got a ladybird down the bottom here, but you can see it's a rather grainy photo at this resolution, but you can see that even a ladybird, a coccinellid beetle, which is very familiar to most people, is actually, when you think about it and look at it, very, very small. We've got a honeybee over here next to a very tiny bee. Next to it, again, very, very small. Even larger insects like bees are actually, in the grand scheme of what we think of as nature, quite small. And of course, some insects are very small. Indeed, we've got some weevils here next to some rice grains. Very, very tiny diversity. Minute sort of flies and lice. And then down here, an absolute, I think it's the third smallest multicellular organism on Earth. This is actually a wasp. This is a fairy wasp, and it's next to an amoeba here and a single-celled protist here. These are absolutely tiny. So we have an immediate problem when we're trying to engage people with the natural world or the entomological world, the insect world, because the organisms that we're trying to hook them into, right, the creatures we want them to care about are, to a first approximation, almost invisible. Right? They are very, very small. What we need to be able to do is to really get into their world. And certainly macro photography is a wonderful way to do that. This is a guy I work with sometimes, Ayub Khan, who's tweets as Amin Art, well worth following some of his stuff. And he's an absolutely fabulous macro photographer. And he's able to get into, this is a leaf cutting ant actually carrying the pupae of a leaf cutting ant. What that sort of ghostly kind of thing here will turn into a fully grown ant. And by getting close to them, you can start to see some of the detail. But that can be very, very difficult in practice. So scale is a major problem for us. Problem number 2 is, bluntly, weirdness. Right? Insects are very strange, and they can be quite creepy and quite freaky, and in some cases quite terrifying, certainly to some people. So this is a moth here, and there's a group of moths, the males of which can invert a structure from their back end, which is this, it's quite ridiculous really, this sort of inflated multi kind of pronged balloon here covered in hairs and things which increase surface area. This is to broadcast pheromones around. I fairly regularly see photographs of this posted or videos of this posted, and people are genuinely have no concept of what it is. They think they're aliens. I see sometimes people will just kill them or just sort of, you know, they don't know what to do. These very large caterpillars, for example, are regularly killed just out of fear. Insects are very strange. They are. And many of them are deeply weird. They inhabit a world that's very, very alien to us. And in fact, what we see in some forms of science communication is a deliberate attempt to make that strangeness into a virtue, right? So we have things like Alien Empire, which was a series on insects not very long ago. Insect dissection, really getting into the fact that, yes, they are very different from us. So we can make their strangeness a virtue, but nonetheless, it still remains as a problem. Another major problem that we have is that, and we can't get around this, some insects can sting or bite, and some of that stinging and biting, some of those interactions can be incredibly negative. Wasp stings are very painful. I've been stung many times by wasps and honeybees and bumblebees and goodness knows what else, and it never gets any less painful. Mosquitoes and biting flies and so on can be, you know, incredibly debilitating, and they can, of course, spread disease, as we'll talk about. Some insects produce secretions and other things that can bring out blisters. We can end up with severe allergic reactions, even going to the point of anaphylactic reactions that can cause death. So insects can be a problem to us. And those problems can actually get far worse than just inconvenience. We can have mass disease spread, yellow fever, dengue fever, chikungunya, Zika virus, malaria, of course, which is a major killer around the world still. We have other insects that spread diseases like this assassin bug here that spreads a disease called Chagas disease that goes throughout Central America. We can get fly blown with all sorts of things. This particularly grim image up on the top right, and on the top left there, what we have is a botfly larvae being removed from someone's eye socket. Not ideal, right? So insects can cause us inconvenience, and they can be a nuisance. They can cause us short-lived pain. They can cause allergic reactions building up to severe reactions that can cause death, and they can be vectors for disease. These are things that we have to take on board as science communicators, right? These are facts. They're also, and this really underpins much of the modern science of entomology, actually, they're also pests. They're major agricultural pests. We've got Colorado beetles, we've got all kinds of orthoptera here, grasshoppers, locusts, and so on. We've got aphids, we've got moths, we've got domestic pets, we've got agricultural pests, we've got stored product pests. Insects can be a major pest. And then the final problem, well, for now, right, there are more, but the final problem that I'm going to look at initially is that they are sometimes mob-handed, right? You sometimes end up with an awful lot of them, and this tends to freak people out. You know, one or two locusts are one or two locusts. When you get billions of them across a landscape, that's quite an unpleasant thing. If you're a farmer or a subsistence farmer, particularly, it's a life-threatening thing. But they can really be quite freaky to people. We get large accumulations of ladybirds in autumn and winter, for example, that come into houses. That causes people problems. Honeybees that swarm. We've got massive ant colonies. Mayflies coming out en masse. All of these things leads to insects being quite feared, I think, by many people. So we've got all of these problems, and there are more that we could pull out. But they do mean one thing for science communication, right? They mean one thing. At least people have generally heard of them, and they have some kind of reaction, right? That's not the case if you're trying to talk to people about things like soil, one of the most important things on the planet. Trying to engage people with soil is a very difficult process. Trying to engage people with fungi and plant-fungal relationships, very, very hard. Most people have no real idea of what's going on. But at least if you say insects to people, they will have some kind of reaction. And actually, that reaction can be varied. So this was a study that was done by Syrian Sumner at University College London and some others. It's entitled Why We Love Bees and Hate Wasps. And what they did was they asked a large number of people to respond to various different insects in a sort of, word association way. And they produced these word clouds. And you can see that whilst things like wasps and flies over here on the left-hand side, wasps, they're by far and away the biggest word that came out was sting and annoying. Flies, annoying, dirty, very negative things. Actually, when it came to honeybees, which in my experience sting just as much as wasps, if not more, because they're always mob-handed and they've always got their sisters to back them up. The main word that came out here was honey and pollination. So things that we see as being useful, human utility. And when people were asked about butterflies, they were all positive, beautiful, pretty, colourful. So there are some insects that we appreciate for their utility, even if we don't necessarily fully understand that. And there are some insects that we appreciate for their beauty. And that at least gives us a hook, right? And that's one of the most important things that you've got to look for in these problematic kind of science communication angles. You've got to find a hook and you've got to get people in. And really step one for us as scientists is just to accept it. What do I mean by that? Well, I went to an event in the Houses of Parliament some years ago, which was talking about pollinator decline. And there were several speakers and lots of people chipping in and panels and stuff. And MPs and members of the House of Lords were there to learn more about it. It was a really nice event. And there were several speakers who spent probably the first hour and a half repeating the following message. This isn't about honeybees. This is about all the other pollinators that are actually more important. This is about all the solitary bees and hoverflies. It's not about honeybees. This is not about honeybees. After an hour and a half, they said to the MPs, right, any questions? Lots of people had questions. Almost everyone was about honeybees. And they wanted to share their experiences of beekeeping, the fact that their granddad used to do it, that their constituents were really into it. It was all about honeybees. And I think many of us in the room were groaning. There was actually almost an audible groan from some people. But the reality is sometimes we just have to accept that, because people, if they've got an interest in something, they are at least on this kind of ramp, right, to getting somewhere more useful for us as science communicators and getting across more nuanced messages. So if people are hooked for something, maybe they think butterflies are beautiful, maybe they love ladybirds because they enjoyed them as children and they read books about them, maybe they love honeybees because their granddad or their grandma was a beekeeper. Well, use that hook. Because once you've hooked people in, you can start to build up more layered messages. And I've been involved with a number of projects to do with solitary bees, which are these beautiful bees in the middle. In the UK, there's something like 220 species of them. Mostly they're ignored because most people are just obsessed with honeybees. But once you get people into honeybees and the idea that they make honey and that they pollinate and things, you can start to say, oh, well, you know about bumblebees. And people generally know about bumblebees, and you can start to talk about bumblebees. And pretty soon you're on this kind of ramp where you're starting to go, well, there's other sorts of bees here. And there's these solitary bees, and you can talk about that. And then you can talk about social lives, which the honeybees and the bumblebees have. And then you can start to say, oh, well, you realize that, all the bees are actually part of a group that includes the ants and the wasps. And they'll go, oh, really? And then you can start to talk about ants. And before you know it, if you're lucky and you've got people hooked in, you can start to tell people that, in fact, wasps are all part of this group too, and they do really interesting things like pollination and pest control and other stuff. So you can hook people in. You're never going to get people straight away by talking about wasps. Most people can't stand them. But if you can get people to go up that ramp with those initial hooks, then you might just lead people to it. And once you get people there, you can start to build on it. You know, wasps are actually, I'm going to use wasps as an example because they're a really problematic group to get people involved with. But, you know, wasps have an incredible diversity. Most wasps don't look like this wasp down the bottom that people are familiar with. Most wasps are solitary. Most wasps do all kinds of interesting things. Some of them are predatory. Here is a pompilid wasp, look, dragging a paralyzed spider up a door, or down a door, I suspect. They're great wasps to get people hooked into diversity. You can suddenly go from wasps that they don't like to most people don't like spiders, right? So you can say, oh, look, there's a whole group of wasps that specialize in paralyzing spiders. And they then lay their eggs onto those spiders, which hatch out into larvae that eat the paralyzed spider alive, right? Generally, people are quite into that. Children love it, right? And you've suddenly got people into the idea that you might know one word, right? Wasp. But actually, there's a whole wealth of different species out there, in fact, tens of thousands. You know, potter wasps, you can get people talking about the diversity of scale and size, and you can really start to bring people into perhaps one of the biggest problems of entomology and insect science, right? The fact that the insect world is just so staggeringly diverse. In the UK alone, which is not a biodiverse rich country, there are 7,000 different species of fly. Right now, if you say that to people straight away, like some people are really amazed by that and think it's really cool, but a lot of people are just thinking, oh my God, there's so many flies and I don't even like, you know, the ones I know about. So jumping straight in with that isn't good. But once you hook people in, you can start to really open the doors to people understanding much more about diversity and the wonder of a particular group. And one of the ways in the UK that we've been really building on that and using those sorts of hooks to build people in is through Insect Week, which used to be called National Insect Week and happen every 2 years. It's now just Insect Week because we're reaching out internationally. It's run by the Royal Entomological Society and it runs every year in that third week of June. And the idea of Insect Week is that it's a celebration really as far as we can spread, but certainly across the UK and hopefully into Europe a little bit in the coming couple of years, of insects, of insect science, of insect diversity, and of the insect world. And it's been a very successful program. It's been running since, I think, 2008. And one of the things we've really discovered as we run Insect Week, and we partner up with lots of groups and lots of organizations across the country, one of the things we've really realized is that talks and lectures are great. And we've had loads of online stuff over the last couple of years, which has been phenomenal for inclusion and audience participation and all kinds of stuff. But activities are usually better. They are very, very effective ways of really hooking people in and engaging them. And simple things like bee walks. I've run some of these in Cheltenham. You just meet a group of people and you walk around the park or gardens and you talk about bees and you talk about the bees that you can see flying around. And after half an hour or so, you've had a really enjoyable sort of two-way communication with people about a particular group of insects. And they will have started usually with the knowledge that bees make honey and that's about it. And they'll have ended by going quite a long way up that ramp and understanding something about the diversity and the different kind of benefits and the different roles that bees play. Identification workshops sounds kind of a bit, you know, highfalutin perhaps, but actually people really love engaging with this stuff. People really enjoy, once they've got the opportunity, looking down microscopes. You know, I've got down there, break out the kit, right? We use all kinds of cool little scientific tools, right, and stuff. People don't get to handle this sort of stuff in everyday life. If you haven't ever looked down a research quality microscope at something, you know, you've really missed out, and most people won't have. So give people the opportunity, get people actively engaged, get people engaged with some sampling. Children really enjoy insect crafting. A really great exercise is just to get children to build up insects with sort of plasticine and bits of straws and stuff, and they really start to appreciate some of the basics about anatomy, you know, that the legs come off the middle section, that the antennae come off the front end, and so on. So there's lots of sort of activities that you can do. You can have art and science collaborations, which can be very, very effective. And of course, you need to remember the adults, right? You want to get the adults engaged as well as the children. It's very tempting to just sort of be thinking about getting young people involved, but, you know, adults are out there gardening. It's adults that are stewarding land. It's adults that are generally having influence on the world. So we really want to get them involved as well. And that's where getting the kit out and doing a few more sort of higher end activities can be really, really useful. encouraging that engagement is something that you can do in lots of different ways as well. So linked to Insect Week, for example, we launched a magazine called Instar, which is bridging across sort of the teen kind of market, looking at how people can get involved in insects. It's available online. You can duck into it. It's a useful teaching resource. We've got identification help on the Royal Entomological Society website and sort of guides that people can get involved with. But the identification is great. People can submit photographs and get involved in conversations with entomologists about what they've got in their back garden, about what they've found. And that's really, really useful. And you can involve people even more once you've got them hooked in. And that's where citizen science comes in. So citizen science is engaging with and partnering with the public, however we want to define that, in research. So getting people to collect data, for example, getting people to do experiments and then report back. And for me, I started getting involved in citizen science really as a time saver, because I found myself doing more and more science communication. My job title is Professor of Science Communication, but equally, the expectation is that I'm doing research, and trying to find time to do both was becoming quite problematic. But I realized that if I did a citizen science kind of approach, I could combine science communication with research, because one of the key points of citizen science is that you have to get the message out to people that you're doing this cool research and you want people to help. And that involves getting involved in all kinds of media and all sorts of communication activities. So I saw it as a way of kind of joining these things up. But initially, to be honest, I didn't necessarily think that the research that was going to come out would be that strong, but I was wrong. This is one of the first studies that I was involved with. I started to look at flying ants. Now, flying ants briefly are, every summer you get lots of winged ants flying up out of pavements and things, and it's a nuptial flight, right? It's a mating swarm, and they are potential new queens and males going up into the sky to mate, and then the females will start a new colony, and it always causes a big stir in the UK. Why are there so many flying ants? You see flying ants have plagued London. Wimbledon was stopped at one point, I think, for flying ants. There's always some kind of flying ant media sort of storm. And I thought back in 2012 that this might be a really interesting thing to study, because we actually don't know very much about how synchronized these events are across the country. And an excellent way to do that is to get people to simply report when they have flying ants. So we set up a flying ant study with the Royal Society of Biology, and it went very large. We got very lucky. It was the Olympics, and our flying ant survey was just before the Olympics had started, but just after the UK media had blown themselves out. They were Olympiced out. There was nothing more for them to say, because the Olympics hadn't started yet. And then suddenly flying ants came out, and everyone was like, oh yeah, flying ants are really interesting. So we had about a week of really intense media. It was this particular story was the second most read on the BBC at one point. No idea why. It was covered in all the major national newspapers and things. And so we ended up gathering a huge amount of data that sort of steamrolled through for the next few years. And we were really able to get some very interesting data on how synchronized flights were across the country in terms of time and in terms of space. We were able to look at climatic cues to those emergencies, things like temperature and wind speed and air pressure and so on, that enabled us to build up really quite a good predictive model of when flying ants would be emerging. We got people, which I was amazed about, then the second year we realized we hadn't actually identified the species. There are several species that the ants could be. So we got people to volunteer to send us some samples of the ants. And well, over 500 people volunteered, and about 80% of them sent in samples. And that allowed us to identify which the species was, which fortunately was mostly Lasius niger, which was great. But what that really taught me was that once you've got people engaged, it's a bit like that slope. You can get people super engaged, and they'll do much more for you than just say, I saw flying ants in my back garden. They'll start sending you in samples of those ants. And that was quite an eye-opener. And we were able to get a really nice paper out of it. But for us, the kind of lessons were that, first of all, the public will take part in these studies, even with kind of yucky insects, even with insects that perhaps aren't that beautiful. don't appear to be useful to us, although they're incredibly important ecologically. But actually, once we've got people involved, some people will then super engage and they'll do much more for you. And you can actually publish some decent science off the back of it. So moving on from that, we did a study on spiders, but the study I want to talk about briefly now is a study called the Big Wasp Survey, which is an ongoing study. It's been running since 2017. And it kind of came out of sort of a thought process that me and Syrian Sumner at University College London had, which was that, wasps are incredibly important in the ecosystem. Wasp populations are declining, they're understudied, and they need a PR overhaul. That's an absolute fact. We know that from the studies that have been done. So we came up with the idea of doing the Big Wasp Survey. And the basic plan here was that we would get a network of people. We were aiming for about 1,500 or so across the country to put out wasp traps at the end of the summer to collect for us samples of wasps that they have in their garden, and then send in those samples, which is all very complicated in terms of free post and parceling and everything, but send those samples into us for us to identify. Now, unfortunately, currently in insect science, the only real way to identify wasps to species, because there are about 5 or 6 different species that are quite easy to confuse unless you're looking at them very closely, the only way to do that is under a microscope, and the only way to do that is with a dead wasp. So we organised the Big Wasp Survey to happen at the end of the year so that we wouldn't catch any queens or anything like that, and we wouldn't have an impact on the population. But inevitably, for us to do this, we have to fatally sample, and that caused a bit of a stir. Which was interesting. So the day we put out the press release, that evening, we were in the Guardian and the Telegraph and all sorts of other things being condemned by various insect charities and groups because we were drowning wasps. It was a really interesting experience for me as a science communicator. I had to buy a power bank for my phone, and I was in a radio studio for about 12 hours the next day. But it gave us a really interesting platform to speak, first of all, about wasps. We filled up, by the way, all our survey slots within 2 hours. We expected to fill them up within about 2 or 3 weeks. So it was great for the project. But it gave us a really interesting platform to talk about wasps. But what was really good about it was that it also gave me a platform to talk about entomology, which I hadn't expected. And so we did various pieces for The Conversation and The Independent, talking about the need for fatal sampling and how we can get around it and what sort of things are happening in insect science for us to kind of stop doing it. I got a series for Radio 4 in the World Service out of it called Inside the Killing Jar, where we had a few different programs looking at the need for fatal sampling of insects for identification, but also looking at the use of insects in research and exploring whether or not insects can feel pain, and whether or not they have any level of consciousness and so on. So it led, that unfortunate bit of bad press actually led to a huge opportunity to communicate much more nuanced things about both wasps and insect science, which is a real eye-opener for me. We ended up with an awful lot of wasps. I'm just wary of the time here, so I'll go through the results quite quickly. But we ended up with an awful lot of wasps, and lots of people engaged, and we were able to get some really high-quality data across the country. And just to sort of give you an idea of how high quality that data were, all the data were, BWARS is the Bee, Wasps and Ants Recording Society, and they've been collecting data on wasps for 40 years. And their data here are this stepped line, which represent their sort of, it's basically the fit to what you would expect a random model. So this is a randomly distributed sampling regime across the country, and this is what BWARS have been doing for the last sort of 4 decades. And in 1 week of studying for the Big Wasp Survey, we were able to get a distribution of samples across the country that were far closer to randomly distributed than we had expected, and in fact, I think really that anyone had expected. We do have a slight suburban bias, as you might expect, because people are surveying in their garden, but in terms of national coverage, these sorts of data and these sorts of approaches are really, really useful. So citizen science is really handy for collecting data, and collecting sometimes extremely good data. it's a really useful platform initially to give you some science communication about things like, in my case, wasps and ants, but it can also give you a platform to talk about science more generally. And I think that's something that we really need to do. I think we need to talk about the scientific process much more. We need to talk about, what is science? Science isn't knowing how far the moon is away, or, blowing up balloons full of hydrogen, which we've all done, right? Science is a process. It's a process of investigation and of learning about the world. And I think that as a message is something that we don't get out very often. So some of these citizen science approaches, when you're actually engaging people directly with research and with the process of science, can be really valuable for doing that. Okay. So citizen science works for these uncharismatic species. We can get a really high level of participation and so on. So I want to finish up thinking about what general lessons we can learn, but also where we might go in the future. And the general lessons for me really are that find the hook, right? Even if that means swallowing your scientific pride, right? I would love to be able to immediately launch into telling people about how amazing wasps are and how fantastic solitary bees are and how wonderful all these different things are. But the reality is I'm going to need to start, for most people, with honeybees, with butterflies, with ladybirds, because that is the way in. It's the gateway drug, right, to getting further in. So sometimes you just need to push down all the rest of it and just roll with it. Get people hooked in first. Remember that talking is good, but actually doing is often better. Are there practical ways that you can get people involved with some of these things? Are there active ways that people can really engage with your topic? I've found in my area that citizen science approaches can be a really powerful win. They're a win for me professionally in terms of research and communication and linking those things together. They're a really powerful win in terms of building up sort of momentum and engagement with different insect groups. And I'm actually studying some of the media around wasps and how the messages have changed over the last decade or so at the moment. And some of the early signs are that things like the Big Wasp Survey have tended to change the way that wasps are being presented, which is really interesting. Much of the research that I've done and much of the outreach that I've done has been linked in with either the Royal Society of Biology or the Royal Entomological Society. And that's really the fourth general lesson here. If you can link in with larger organizations, you get much better reach and, bluntly, much more efficiency. When I started doing science communication, when I was a PhD student, I was often going along to, beekeeping groups and talking to 5 or 10 people. That's great. And it's brilliant practice and it's a really effective way of doing things, but it's not a very efficient way of doing things. So by linking in with National Insect Week and with citizen science and so on through the reach that bigger groups can give you, it's a much more efficient way to do these things. But the final lesson that I've learned, I think, is that we don't actually know enough about the people we're trying to reach. We had no idea, for example, that people would be so into sampling wasps for us. We had no concept that people would engage with flying ants in the way that they did. And now with the Big Wasp Survey, because of COVID, we've actually got people identifying the wasps themselves in their house. Using, in some cases they're buying microscopes, but, they're using hand lenses. They're getting involved with an online video key that we've done. It's an incredible amount of effort that they're doing, but they're doing it because they're engaged with the project. We wouldn't have predicted that. And that's really what I want to finish on. I want to think about the future because we need to learn more across science communication. We need to learn a lot more about how people engage with science. We need to, first of all, tell better stories, but what we don't know is what better actually means to different people. So in insects, for example, we often go along to events and we talk to people that are really into insects and they tell us loads of stuff and it's all very sort of self-reinforcing and preaching to the choir. What we need to do is to study the haters, right? We need to find people that despise insects or whatever topic we're talking about, and then test them with different narratives, test them with different stories. And I worked with an undergraduate student last year to look at how people might engage with gulls, a particularly unloved bird here in the UK, seagulls, as many people would call them. What we wanted to do was to find out what type of narratives would appeal. So she was a really talented filmmaker, and she made 2 identical films, more or less, but with a different audio track over the background, highlighting either ecological messages or messages about them being magnificent parents and all of this stuff. And we had lots of different messages going through, and then looked at how people sort of felt about gulls before and afterwards. And what it showed was that different narratives appeal to different people. And I think we need to do much more of that in order to find out more about our customer. And, you know, this is really what I want to end on here is I think we can learn from marketing. Marketing is about selling stuff. And we are trying to sell science. Now, if someone can sell, you know, the latest phone that we don't need, that has features that actually annoy us or don't work, if people can sell us soft drinks that we know are bad for us, I mean, in the past, tobacco marketing is incredibly effective, right? If people can sell stuff that people buying it know is harmful, but they're still buying it, we can surely learn from that. Because if they can sell those products, why can't we sell the natural world better? Why can't we sell these sorts of things more effectively? So Sarah and I talked about this and wrote a paper here where we specifically framed some of the science communication that we were doing with WASPs in a marketing framework. So we talked about the marketing mix, the 4 Ps: product, price, place, promotion. How do they link into sort of wasps and insects? And recently I've expanded this idea out. We ran a conference for citizen science last year, or no, actually the end of the year before. And the idea here was to have marketing experts actually there. And it was fascinating because we had lots of people running citizen science projects who were saying, well, you know, we're truly trying to engage people with what we're doing and with our group and our taxa, and we're really trying to engage people with the science, but, you know, we're really failing to do that. And, you know, their question was, well, how much of your budget, right, your time or your effort are you putting towards promotion and towards marketing? And the answer from many people was virtually nothing. And they found that staggering. You know, they're saying you're trying to sell something to someone, you've got to put more effort in. And key to what they were telling us was that to do that, you need to know much, much more about your audience. And, you know, that's where I think we need to go in the future. I think we need to dig much deeper into what messages work for people and what doesn't. So that's where I'm gonna finish just about on time with a few minutes left for questions and for lunch.
Adam, thank you very much for your fascinating presentation.
Thank you. Shall I stop sharing my screen now so I can see?
Yeah, it's fine. I have to say that I feel sorry that you're with us only virtual, but at the beginning of your presentation, I thought it's nice that your insect is also only virtual, but I have started changing my attitude, so you have done your job very well. So
excellent.
So maybe just because we have a few more minutes, maybe I can also use my question as an entomologist. Where do you see the biggest challenge for your discipline? How would you like the public to perceive the insect in the future? What would you say, and what should be changed the most?
Okay, well, I guess I think a really big obstacle and a really big challenge for not just insect science, actually, but a lot of sort of environmental and ecological science is the fact that many people don't really have much of an understanding of ecology, of how interconnected things are, and of those relationships. And, you know, I think that's a major challenge for entomology because, you know, insects are pretty much the glue that holds the natural world together. They're very often the sort of between primary producers, plants and the wildlife people care about. It's actually insects that are often sort of the transfer route for the energy, right? All the birds that people love to watch, many of them are feeding on insects. The plants are being pollinated and so on. So insects have this incredibly important role, but I don't think most people are seeing that. Most people are seeing the negative side of insects, which I spoke about earlier. And, you know, as entomologists, we can't deny that, right? Insects do cause a lot of problems. But I think that lack of understanding of ecology and the interconnectedness of the natural world in general, I think is a concern. And it's a concern that spills out into other things as well. I mean, I spoke about soil science earlier, you know, the value of the importance of mycorrhiza in plants and those interrelationships between plants and fungi and the soil. All of those kind of, you know, that amazing web that draws us into things like ecology, I don't think we quite managed to get that message across to people in a meaningful way, in a way that really embeds with them. And I think if we can do that, I think that we have more of a chance of getting people to care about things that perhaps they don't like very much, which, you know, is fair enough.
Thank you very much. We have a space for the last question. Okay, we have one more question. Fantastic.
Hello, thank you. My background is from social science, so I also have kind of question about society. In the last few years, I actually think we saw maybe a change, you could tell us, in the, you know, understanding of people when we see insect as really vital. And, you know, as you talk about honeybee as probably your best marketing product for entomology, we would say that it's like the simple, you know, if bees die, we all die. That kind of struck with people. And now we see that you know, the cities stop cutting grass in parks, you know, the grass on bus stops. So do you see it as a fashion wave? Do you think that there is maybe a little bit change in the people's understanding and how we can move from it there? And also how can you interact with maybe, you know, like the city's council and etc. if these things really are a change or make a little change, or is it just, you know, like just doing nothing? Okay, thank you.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think there is a change going on, and you can see it in the way sometimes that news stories are being framed. There's much less negative language now, certainly from looking at some of the early research that I've been looking at. In the past, sort of even 10 years ago, a story about wasps in the UK media would typically be this. Wasps are awful, they're terrible, they're ruining everything, they're stinging people and they're dying. And then right at the end, if you're lucky, it'll be, wasps are actually incredibly important, said scientists. Right? There'll be this sort of one line that's always put in, and we see it with sharks, the recent shark stories, a load of stuff, and then at the end, of one line. But what I think we're seeing with insects now is a little bit more of that one line at the end rising up in the story. So I think you're right. I think we are slowly changing the narrative. And honeybees have been a great sell for that, even though there was a lot of confusion about them and everything. A lot of people think they're endangered in some way, and they're not. There's never been more honeybees than there are right now. They're a domesticated animal, essentially. They're not going extinct, but they give us that hook. I think what we haven't been so good at sometimes is converting that hook into bigger things. But I think you're right, it is changing. We're seeing here in the UK much more of an appreciation of things like you're saying, like mowing verges less often, encouraging pollinator-friendly planting and so on. I think we just need to build on that, and we need to make sure that it isn't just seen as you know, a box tick whereby, oh, well, we just mow our verges once a year now, so that's, you know, pollinators saved. You know, it's building up on that, and it's building a more nuanced picture. But yeah, we are getting there, I think. We're never going to get there as fast as we want to, but at least we're developing that message. But I think that's where we as scientists perhaps need to keep pushing and keep making sure that first of all, that the message is prominent, but secondly, that the message starts to build into something more nuanced and more useful than just, we must save bees, you know, to really, I guess, throwing back to what I was just saying, appreciate that interconnection of nature. The biggest tip I've found dealing with councils directly, by the way, if you want to get them to do something, is just to say to them, look, you're mowing your verges like far too often and it's costing you a fortune. If you do it less often, it will cost you less money. That seems to be the best message to get people, because most of the time we're over managing the natural world, and that costs us money. So you can appeal to people's wallets sometimes in these sorts of things as well.
Thank you very much, Adam. It was great that you could be with us. Thank you for your presentation. And
thank you.
I am glad that we finished with a positive, you know, message. We are getting there. There is something positive, which is perfect. So
I just hope it's true.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for a little mismanagement of my, you know, time duties, because we are about 8 minutes late. So we have to a bit save the time for the lunch, but it doesn't matter. Thank you very much. And I wish all of you enjoy your meal, and we will be back here. Also, people watching our stream at 1 o'clock, 5 minutes sharply. Okay, we'll try. So, bon appétit. Ladies and gentlemen, watching us online here with us at the Charles University, we are back after the lunch, which was delicious, I have to say. I hope all of you also enjoyed your lunch. And it's our turn to invite another speakers who will be online, virtual, and they are already ready. And you can see it's a bit of an experiment. So there are actually 4 people with us, if I'm not mistaken. So we welcome Stefan Webster. Hello, Stefan.
Hello there.
Hello. And then
Yes.
we have 3 more guests, which is Anna Onderková.
Dobrý den.
Hello. So you can see she can also speak Czech, which is actually interesting. Okay. Then we have Urszula Kaczorowská. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Hello.
That's all I know in Polish. And then we have Dave Warrell.
I can't speak Czech or Polish.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm fine. So we have a 1 hour slot for the presentation, which is perspective from Imperial College on science communication. So without actually introducing you and making a mistake, so I would like to ask Stefan Webster just actually introduce the team and tell us what are you going to do with us for another hour. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. And yes, so my name is Stephen Webster, and I'm Director of the Science Communication Unit at Imperial College. And we're going to take about 40 minutes now, the 4 of us, this little quartet, and then it'll be 20 minutes questioning. And democratically, as democratic as we are, we're going to split up our time equally. So I'll take about 10 minutes. Then I'll introduce Anna Onderková, my current student. Then I'll introduce Dave Warrell. And then we'll have Urszula Kaczorowská. And they're all going to talk about different aspects of science communication. Briefly about me, my background is in science, then I trained in philosophy of science. The unit at Imperial College has a master's program. We graduate about 50 students every year, and they all have science backgrounds. But they want to go into science communication as a profession, and they will do that. There's plenty of work. I'm very conscious that I'm at Charles University, and I'm very conscious that I'm speaking kind of with students of mine and with Urszula, who's a visiting researcher. And so part of what I'm going to talk about is kind of, in a way, our desire as a quartet to come properly to Charles University and really think about science communication within the university as something which we can think about and engage with and get better at through university culture. That's kind of one thing I want to say straight away. So apologies for being online, but no apologies really for there being 4 of us, because like any good teacher, I like my students to do the work for me. And actually, science communication is such a broad area, it's kind of more interesting that there are 4 of us. Now, do I have anything I actually want to say beyond introduce my colleagues here? Yes, I think there is, really. I listened to some of the questions this morning, and I noted 1 or 2 people asked good questions about values, about ethics. There was a sense amongst the audience that good science communication is something that's going to be quite knowledgeable about society. And that's really what I want to begin, the discussion I want to get going here with Anna, Dave, Urszula. But science communication is a relationship. And any relationship we know is dependent on trust, but it's also, I suppose, based on honesty, a kind of honest appraisal of each other. And I think one of the things I want to mention now is kind of, in all honesty, you know, what kind of a thing is science? And in all honesty, when we talk about the general public, what kind of a thing is it? Now, I'm conscious that Imperial College is about 120 years old. You know, we got going, that's kind of infant child in sort of late 19th century, really. But I'm conscious that Charles University was set up in 1348, which makes it almost as ancient as Oxford and Cambridge, and immediately gives me a sense of history. And, you know, I'm conscious that the foremost science organisation in the United Kingdom, Royal Society, was set up in the 17th century. So Charles is very, very ancient. And actually, when we look at the history of science, we see it's changed a lot. And one of the things the history of science teaches us is that scientific knowledge is uncertain. You know, it doesn't deliver truths. There is no proof in scientific knowledge. It's an empirical thing. It's not like 2 + 2 = 4. This is the first thing I teach my students. It's uncertain, it's fragile. And that's at the best of times. You know, that's even when you're Adam Hart and you're doing this excellent work with insects. You never attain a certain truth. Now, that's an interesting philosophical point, but it's got enormous repercussions for science communication. That possibly is the main thing, the main perspective we have at Imperial College about scientific knowledge. It's uncertainty. You're never going to arrive at a final truth. In fact, there have been many philosophers and many scientists said that if you do think you're right, if you do think you're certain, you've got trouble. You know, you're approaching totalitarianism, you're approaching fascism. Certainty in science, being sure you're right, is a problem. Now, that sounds like a philosophical point, and I don't have time to explore it further. But I want to kind of explore the practicalities of that in terms of science communication. It seems to me that humility arises from that. But actually, we in science communication, we often say things like we want to educate the public. Especially in universities, we say we've been doing this great work. We ought to disseminate our results. We ought to tell people what it is we're doing. Perhaps we ought to tell people how great science is. Perhaps we ought to tell people that scientists know about COVID, about nuclear power, about the environment. And that's why we should do science communication, because the more the public know about it, the better. Now, there's lots to be said about that. And it's true, you know, thinking again about Charles University, thinking again about Imperial College, we're doing great work and it's being paid for by the taxpayer. And we should discuss it. We should discuss it in public, and we should discuss it in an engaging way. And we should try to understand when video is appropriate and when citizen science is appropriate and when podcast is appropriate. All of this is a vital part of science communication. It's part of what we teach our students. The problem comes when, you know, something becomes controversial or difficult or political or very obviously dependent on your position in society. And really, when you think about it, that's rather a common situation in science communication. I mean, think about the things we worry about a lot. And if in science, and if we were being historical, we could go back in time. We could go back to the Second World War. We could go back to the 1930s. We could go back to the 19th century. We could go back in time and find it's very, very difficult to separate science from society. And think of things we've discussed such a lot today, COVID. Now, there is a virus there. There's a virus causing damage. But essentially what's going on is a kind of gigantic maelstrom of social forces where politics and values are fundamental to actually the solution, finding a solution. The science is important, but so is the sociology, and so is the politics. And my feeling about science communication, one of the things that interests me about it, is that all the things I was taught at school about science being a bunch of facts, about science getting closer to the truth, about science being separate from other areas of culture, about science delivering certainty, all these things I was taught and then retaught at university, where uncertainty was very rarely mentioned, where fragility was rarely mentioned, where humility was rarely mentioned. All these things are the things which really make up the Imperial College course, actually. Trying to understand how to do science communication when you've given up on certainty. Let's say that again. How do you do science communication when you've given up on certainty? And when, quite likely, in your work, if it's newsworthy, if it's excited people's interest, if it seems important, quite likely it's controversial. Take COVID. Why is it that we have different vaccination rates in different parts of Europe? Why is it we've got very low vaccination rates in Africa? Why is it that we're furiously exercised about climate change, furiously exercised about, for example, nationalism in Europe, but really not doing very much at all about vaccination rates of 1 or 2% in many African countries. Why is that? Well, it's to do with politics. It's to do with money. And so the idea we can somehow separate science communication from society in terms of values, in terms of politics, in terms of money, that idea is really for the birds. And we may be sad about that because we all love science and we value it and we see its importance and we see its success. But if you want to do science communication, and I urge that you do, and I hope that Charles University will take forward science communication training, and I look forward to having conversations like that, a subtle understanding of different people's motivations, of why people disagree, of why there's dissent, is going to be terribly important. And it will not be enough for us to say, we're the scientists, we know about the truth, you're the public, listen, learn, and all will be well. If only it were like that, but it isn't. One can look at any area of technological innovation, nuclear power, issues to do with energy, issues to do with COVID. If you're not listening to people, if you're not listening to different communities, there can be no dialogue. And for all your science, it just will not make very much progress. So I'm going to end it there. If I think about an Imperial College perspective on science communication, it would be interdisciplinary. We want to involve sociology, history, philosophy, the fine arts, anthropology. It's going to be critical in the sense, we're not just here to trumpet the value of science. We're like critical friends. The best sort of friends are the friends who challenge you. Are you sure? Was that a good thing to do? Didn't work last time. Is it going to happen again nicely? I don't think so. Don't do that, Johnny. Science communication is a critical friend. And finally, and most importantly, it's open. It's about listening. It's about saying it's great to learn. It's great to learn from each other. It's great to have multiple voices, not just scientists, not just scientifically trained people, farmers, parents, children, fishermen, firemen, nurses. All these voices see science in slightly different ways. We should listen to all of them. Anna, over to you. As I said, Anna is a current student, a doctor, Czech, and a delightful member of our cohort. So thank you for joining us, Anna.
Thank you, Stephen, for that really kind and lovely introduction. Before I came onto the course, alongside my clinical work, I was involved in science communication somewhat indirectly. So through research and publishing and through the organization of educational conferences. And so by joining the Master of Science program in science communication, it's allowed me to delve a little more into the philosophical, political, and ideological concepts that underpin how information is perceived, as you've just been describing. And naturally, my interest as a doctor lies largely in patient interactions and in communicating health to the public. So one of the things that we do explore on the course is the interplay between the humanities, science, and the social aspects of science communication. And we also look at the educational and philosophical theories that can help us to communicate more effectively. We place a lot of emphasis on dialogue, and we explore how it's preferable to the traditional top-down approach, the authoritarian method of information transfer, which is often favored in medical environments. But what does that actually mean? So how do we effectively engage in dialogue? And what does it really mean in a real world setting? So traditionally, power and expertise lie with the specialist, which is natural. They have expensive education and experiential expertise. Regardless of their education level, most patients prefer information that's simple and easy to understand, and especially when they're ill and feeling vulnerable. They often look to their doctors to assume that level of authority, and many of them take comfort in the dominance of technical expertise. So in that sense, a directed, if not paternalistic approach may not always be a bad thing. And people may assume that that means that we cannot by default engage in meaningful dialogue. However, from studying the works of Paulo Freire, for example, and James Carey, I've found that by dialogue, we don't necessarily mean ceding control or coming across as uninformed. Instead, doctors are able to explain the situation and options available to patients. This is what we call an empowerment approach. And by using the conversation with the patient to ascertain their understanding, you can generate a feeling of a more negotiated adult relationship, of working together as equal partners and developing that. Thus, dialogue can actually facilitate feelings of patient autonomy. So, in a similar sense, doctors can often take quite a paternalistic approach to dealing with the public. Sometimes they can make the mistake of assuming them to be ignorant or ill-informed. And this deficit model approach can fail to understand the basis of public concerns. And as we've seen, it may provoke feelings of antagonism and rejection. So today's medical professionals have to be prepared to answer increasingly more complex medical questions from patients. However, this is often then complicated by misinformation. And in turn, this can then lead to high-handed attitudes from medical professionals towards those misconceptions, and specifically to evidence that patients pick up, for example, on social media, things that masquerade as scientific fact, and then you can have a reaction of frustration. As a profession on a whole, we are not very good at recognizing other forms of expertise, even when it is legitimate. And as Stephen sort of touched upon, an additional challenge is that relationships are at the core of science communication. And one of the most important parts of the doctor-patient relationship is that it simply is a relationship. And this fact often gets lost within sciences and medicine's relentless utilitarianism. Thus far, I've particularly enjoyed exploring standpoint theory, for example. So it's all about acknowledging different perspectives and using them to forge a more objective view of the world. This is really important in medicine because as doctors, we work with a very diverse population, a wide range of ages, ethnicities, and religions. And as such, there's a wide range of ethical and cultural elements that factor into our communication with patients. There's no such thing as a single type of patient. So the communicator has to be adaptable to all of those situations. Thankfully, the principles of good communication are being emphasized more and more in medical education and in the community. However, while science communication can be based on an understanding of relatively simple principles, it can't quite be reduced to rules and tricks, except one perhaps. So we could begin by listening for long enough. So studies have shown that the average patient speaks for 18 to 22 seconds only before the physician interrupts. This is particularly ironic given that the medical aphorism, listen to your patient, they're telling you the diagnosis. Furthermore, if we allow them to speak freely, the average patient initially speaks for less than 2 minutes. And in this short period, they can express most of their concerns and symptoms. There's often a reason why the doctor interrupts, right? We all know this. They feel the need to glean vital information to form a complete picture of the situation in their minds. Understandable. And while the patient focuses on their symptoms and how they affect their day-to-day lives and how they make them feel emotionally, the doctor, on the other hand, wants to know the onset, the duration, the frequency of symptoms, and in order to mentally categorize the situation and figure out the cause. So there's a little bit of a disconnect and a little bit of miscommunication can occur there. And the approach may be very grating for patients because they maybe feel that they're not being heard. And in the doctor's mind, it's vital and they don't understand why patients are going on for so long about other things. Thankfully, this disparity in principles may not be as much of a barrier as it initially seems. And in my experience, patients are incredibly forgiving about such interruptions, especially if doctors subsequently take the time to communicate and to explain their trains of thought. But that is a key step. By acknowledging patients' experiences and that they have their own form of expertise, we can make them feel heard.
Anna, do you mind if I ask you a question quickly? Because I'm really interested in kind of varying forms of expertise. I just wanted to know, in your perspective, what kind of forms of of expertise are relevant when it comes to the patient-doctor relationship, and how do you weigh those up?
It's a great question, Dave. Thanks. So modern discourse acknowledges that, of course, scientists, doctors, and researchers have specialist expertise. Nobody's disputing that. However, we should also attempt to incorporate other forms of knowledge, such as experience-based experts. This includes, for example, chronic disease sufferers. So this can go beyond the regular doctor-patient relationship and also extend to medical research, for example. Arguably, if patients are to have a true voice in medicine, they should really be involved in the upstream design of clinical trials, for example, not just in retrospective studies. And there's a really great example that illustrates this. So in the 90s, during early AIDS research, treatment activists challenged the traditional ideas of pure and good science, where medical researchers were attempting to adhere to the classic ideals of controls, but that led to patients feeling ostracized. So academics were introducing their own biases through emphasis on clean data. So they wanted patients who hadn't been exposed to any previous treatments, which is understandable because we like to control everything that we can, right, in experimentation. But patients were then terrified of joining treatment trials early because they thought that they would then be excluded from future trials. So in this situation, by activists being allowed to have input into the clinical trials design, it led to the design of more real-world clinical trials, which incorporated more heterogeneous groups of volunteers, and ultimately it yielded more real-world results. So is that always feasible? Not potentially. So a frequent concern among scientists is that while there should be accountability to the public, having too much social input from non-scientists on research topics and directions, they worry that it might have a detrimental effect on innovation. And it's definitely a balancing act. However, I think that this case exemplifies how citizen involvement, for example, can actually drive innovation. And despite the fact that communication around health is a field wrought with emotions and egos and preconceptions, I think that there are grounds for believing that various experts can work together to mutual benefit in medicine and in science in general. I hope that answers your question, Dave, in a slightly roundabout way.
Far from roundabout. Thank you, Anna. It's Dave up now. I mean, and thank you for Anna, because that really brilliantly kind of captured this idea. You know, we want to listen. We want to listen to multiple voices. Science must be porous, but how do you do that? How do you do that? And actually, Dave Warrell, who was one of my students last year, now an alumnus, now a policy worker, this may be something he touches on. So thank you for joining us, Dave, and you have the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, Stephen. Yeah, so, I mean, as Anna touched on, the kind of differing forms of expertise, that's something that I'm probably going to touch on a little bit, but in the context of the relationship between science and policy. So, and also the kind of the role that social sciences and humanities, as you said, Stephen, can play in making sure that that interface works well. So science is one form of expertise, but politicians have a completely different set of expertise. Being aware of that and being able to translate between those two worlds is crucial to making science heard, making the most of evidence, really. And yeah, what I'd like to touch on is really like how social sciences and humanities help with that. So in the first point I'd like to make goes back to one of your points, Stephen, which is being a critical friend. So yeah, understanding the limits of scientific knowledge and expertise. Philosophy and the sociology of science are both pretty much dedicated to that, studying how scientific knowledge develops, how it changes. And that shows us that scientific knowledge isn't unconditional. It's subject to uncertainty. And when it comes to communicating, appreciating that and explaining that it makes communication so much better. And it sets much more realistic expectations of what scientific evidence can be. And that's important both for policymakers and for the public. So, you know, a good example for that would be the BSE crisis in the UK, where we had like serious problems with beef for years after that. There was a lot of uncertainty in the evidence that surrounded that, but the government didn't really want to acknowledge that. So they avoided all the uncertainty and communicated that it was all fine and it was okay to eat British beef. And people lost a huge amount of trust in the government after that because they had avoided uncertainty, understanding that actually the evidence that they had was subject to a huge amount of uncertainty and they couldn't say anything definitively would have been a much more trustworthy thing to do. The second way in which I think that social sciences and philosophy can be important is how to integrate different forms of expertise. So, you know, in the example of policy specifically, scientific knowledge can tell you a lot about what's happening systematically in a, you know, on a big scale. So like climate change, obviously it's invaluable. But then local knowledge is really important to understanding what's going to work on a local level in terms of actually implementing policy. So that's another area that it can help. The second broad area, I think, is understanding, specifically in policy, understanding how people can effectively straddle the world, the two worlds of science and politics. There are some quite kind of, I guess, outdated views sometimes that the role of science is to speak truth to power, which is a nice image, but a lot of the time to actually bring evidence into the fold in a meaningful way, when you're talking about making policy, there's a really important relational aspect of advice that a lot of scientists maybe don't appreciate to begin with. And using kind of the social sciences, the methodology that you have in social sciences, like interviews and, you know, analysing reports qualitatively, that gives you insights into how policies are actually made and how evidence feeds into them. And that's really crucial for people who are, you know, obviously you have the experiential expertise that a lot of scientists have going into, you know, if they've been advising government for 20 years, they have that experience, but also studying it from a more systematic point of view, using the social sciences, it gives people insight into how actually you can, how the relationship between evidence and policy works and how politics actually sees science. And importantly, it gives you insight that dialogue is important, you know, contextualizing your message to what policymakers actually want to hear and what's important to them, and listening to their questions, I think is key. And then the final thing, I think we kind of touched on this, Anna touched on this in terms of innovation, but a really important aspect of politicians' expertise is understanding political acceptability, basically. And that's something that scientists don't really have to think about. But again, social sciences and humanities can really help with understanding how the public interact with science and technology, particularly and very importantly, their social and ethical concerns. And that has a massive implication for innovation. So I think a really, really good example of that is genetically modified organisms. That's an example where science was working in a vacuum until way too late in the development process. There's a really, really good report called See-Through Science by the UK think tank Demos, which covers this really well. But basically, genetically modified food was already on shelves in the UK before the public were consulted. And when they were consulted, they were only really asked questions in terms of what they thought the risk was to themselves and to the public. When actually their concerns didn't really revolve around risk a lot of the time. They were more kind of social and ethical concerns. They were concerned about who stood to profit, why they were being introduced in the first place, which are really questions that you need to be asking before you really take it anywhere near supermarket shelves. And unpicking these kinds of reservations with social sciences, I think, is very important, because it's very easy to see things like genetically modified organisms as anti-science and not rational. I mean, I agree they're not rational. It's based on trust and things like that, which are inherently not rational, but that's fine. And I think the objections to genetically modified organisms and lots of other things go much deeper than science. And I think, you know, genetically modified organisms specifically was a rejection of a lot of things, but I don't actually think science was really one of them. So yeah, being a genuinely engaged scientist, I think, helps with innovation. I think it's crucial, really, because otherwise, genetically modified organisms show that, you can put tens of years of research into something only to be told no. And, if you engage meaningfully along the process, then you can avoid that happening. So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Before I introduce Urszula, I guess I got a quick question. I mean, we're at Charles University. We're stressing the importance of science communication as a university thing, as somewhere where deep thinking and practical skills can be developed. And we know, actually, I mean, it's a big thing. It's Imperial. Scientists increasingly are getting interested in science communication. It's becoming part of the scientific identity, really, the scientist's identity, to be interested in practicing science communication. Mm-hmm. I mean, you've talked a lot about politics. You've made it sound as though the boundary between politics and science isn't quite there. How are you going to reassure scientists, Dave, who've had a very particular education, that the abyss is not opening up in front of them?
That's an interesting question. The abyss in terms of...
Well, I thought I was a scientist. I didn't know I was a politician.
Right, yeah. I mean, there's not much I can really say to reassure them. I think it's, it's just important to understand that if you want science to be involved in politics, you can't just stick to science. The best scientists are not the best scientific advisors. We heard, both of us heard Dame Sally Davies, or actually you weren't there, but I was, speaking about what made an effective advisor, and it was emotional intelligence. She didn't say anything about presenting science. So it's not, there's a gulf between them in a sense, but that doesn't mean you can't straddle it. You just have to develop a completely different set of skills, basically. Well, not completely different, but you need to invest time and effort.
And how about the society, Dave? Because that's quite interesting. Have you explored the subject of society saying no, and actually the hidden message behind saying no?
Well, yeah, in a sense I have. For my dissertation, I interviewed 5 COVID deniers, which was a pretty interesting experience. But I think, ultimately kind of what I drew from that was it wasn't anti-science as such, because they all found evidence in not in an especially commendable way, but they found scientific evidence that supported their views, whether it's kind of a one-off freak experiment or, even papers from the 1900s, as one person started citing to support their views. A lot of it is value clashes, but I think the example of genetically modified organisms is probably quite a good one, because the questions being asked weren't the right ones. If you take an argument to someone in terms of risk and they disagree with you, that argument is always going to be made on the basis of risk, even though it's not about risk, it's about values. And I think even though it's a lot messier, I think you can make a similar argument with COVID, in that it's made on an evidential basis. Like everyone is kind of pointing to evidence, regardless of what side you're on. But really, a lot of it is that people didn't want to be locked down, and that doesn't chime with them. And it's important to acknowledge that. I mean, obviously, evidence plays a role, but clashing values is a big part of it, I think.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, clashing values. Our final guest is Urszula Kaczorowská. Urszula is a frequent visitor to London and to Imperial College in our course, and she's visiting researcher for us, and is a science journalist at the Polish Press Agency. Urszula, your floor is yours.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. And before I start, I want to say I like surprises like this, because when I was invited, I didn't know that Malcolm Love would be here. Hello, Malcolm. I haven't seen Malcolm for like 5 years, and I needed to be here to see him for the first time. So it's a really nice surprise. Something about me and my perspective. After 2 years years of living in this strange world, I think we came to the point where it's good to summarize things. And from my perspective, where I have been trying to write basically about COVID every day, because I work for the science department in Polish press agency. Interesting thing, which may be quite basic, but somehow it stick to my head, is that the greatest thing that happened during pandemic was that many scientists decided to speak loud. They set up accounts on social media. They delivered plenty of important messages. We could see that we could do nothing without them, and of course, thanks to the digitalized world, we could just, take this information and do whatever we wanted to do with this information. But during my work, I realized that probably we came to this point where it would be good to remind ourselves what the difference is between journalists and scientists. We could see in many cases, I hope it was not only from my side, but also from the reader's side, that it's so easy to, pick up scientists and ask them, to explain things, and that would be all. I mean, follow the science and the world will be perfect. And I realized that it's probably not this. Without a good conversation, without good dialogue, we probably get only stories. The things are not explained enough if there is no question, if there is only a story. And I realized that scientists are really good in telling us stories, explaining what they are working on, what it is about. But without the question, we are stuck. And that's why you may say that I make this story because I am a journalist and I really believe in my profession. But honestly, I've been thinking of it for a while, and I realized that if there is no a good critique on one side, scientists will make mistakes too in a way of communicating good science. And I give you one example. I don't know how it is in Czech Republic. We are really close to each other, so maybe the stories are similar. But in Poland, quite a big story is about amantadine. It's the drug for patients suffering from Parkinson's disease. And we had one doctor who promoted this drug in a really strong way. And it just came out that last year, our doctors wrote 500,000 prescriptions for amantadine because the promotion was so big from just one person, one doctor, that everyone believed that having this drug and taking it in 5 days when they discovered they had COVID would save their lives. And it doesn't matter that plenty of other specialists were saying that please don't do it. I mean, people suffering from Parkinson's need this drug while you are, putting so much pressure on doctors to write these prescriptions. It didn't help. My friends were saying that people who really needed this drug couldn't get it because we had shortages. So here you have the story that probably reminded me of the Don't Look Up film. I know that there are plenty of enthusiasts of this film, but personally I'm against, because here we see only one person. I know that there was the other partner. But in this case, Leonardo DiCaprio telling us that he's the one who knows the truth. And here we had this doctor in Poland who knows the truth, that amantadine is the drug that, is cheap, is in your pharmacy. You can go and you can buy it, but before you buy it, you have to go to the doctor and make a pressure on him. So yes, there are plenty of stories like this, and I think we really need to come back to roots and discuss again science communication ways, our roles, the role of journalists trying to reach scientists, and again asking him to explain the basics. We are here to ask for things like this, and not that many scientists are patient enough to talk about basics, and I think it's quite dangerous, because if we have no one to talk to, then still we will shape the society's behavior. And if we shape it in a wrong way because of the lack of good scientists who don't want to talk to the media, because of course media is such a bad thing, and then the future will not look like we would like to. I mean, still the societies will behave in the way they want to behave, or they just will listen to one scientist, not the science. And so if we don't take the subject seriously, we will have a big problems in the future. And doesn't matter, how many channels we have, how big our account is on Twitter or Facebook. If we can't filter this information using our sources, then we will be in trouble. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Urszula. So that's our 40 minutes. Anna, Dave, have you got any questions before we move on?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, just one more thing, Urszula. I mean, in a way, when you talk about the kind of work you do with scientists, asking questions, finding a story, what makes your life easier when it comes to working with scientists?
To be honest, the easiest way is if they understand that this is my job, and that it's just not fair if you first say, yes, I will talk with you, I will give you my time. So we spent like hour or two having this discussion, and then I try to come back to you to clarify things, and you just disappear. And you are not there, you are not picking up the phone. I mean, this is such a dramatic thing, because imagine, my boss thinking, oh my God, what have you been doing for like last 2 days? I mean, you deliver nothing because, someone is not picking up the phone. This is really frustrating. And also it makes me think about other specialists from other countries. It's quite obvious that there are countries where you have better universities, where you've got more people specialized in some fields, but you just can't reach these people because obviously they are so busy with their own media. So again, now it would be good to think of priorities. Does it mean that if you've got your own media, you can't really talk with others because who cares about what Polish media writes about COVID? It leaves us in this point where we become poor just because of the place where we are. So again, English will be more educated and well informed because they've got, Cambridge, Oxford, and any other universities, and other, countries not doing that well with science. And I'm not only talking about Europe, will be just left.
Thank you, Urszula. It's about really important points about, if we're thinking about the development of science communication in any country, the relationship with the media. Good, well, we're through. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. You'll have comments, you'll have questions. I think we've got a system now. I think we've got about 15 or 16 minutes. It'd be very good to hear your comments and your questions.
Thank you very much, all of you. We have about, let's say, 8 minutes. We started a bit later. In that respect, thank you very much for the presentation. Just to clarify, we are here hosted by the Charles University, but it doesn't mean that there are people only from the Charles University, because we have a pleasure to have also people from all over the Czech Republic, including other universities, cities such as Brno, Hradec Králové, Pilsen, and so on. So we are talking to broader audience, and at the same time, this is a stream, and I think people even abroad are watching our events. So even though Charles University, of course, is very important in that respect. So comments and questions, please, from the audience. Anybody? Yes, we have one question and the second one right there.
Thank you. My name is Jakub Navařík and I'm from Palacký University in Olomouc. And I would like to ask, as Urszula mentioned, the situation about the drug, about the fake news and the people believed, etc. And my question is if it is still the same, or if some science communication already helped the situation, and if the situation is already changing to better, so the people understand, and or if it is continue as at the beginning.
Who are you asking? Sorry.
Urszula.
You.
Are you asking if it's changing in Poland, or if I've seen changes that I like?
Okay, you can choose.
Okay, so generally speaking, obviously I see changes. I feel privileged having being in touch with Imperial College because I see what's going on there, and then I can compare it with what we are doing in Poland. So Imperial College just launched this Institute of Infection, and they will discuss, I mean, Stephen can talk about this in a broad perspective. But I think this initiative is really good. In Poland, I think we really struggle. We struggle to find the good definition of science communication, and we struggle to criticize in a good way scientists. So we probably followed the way to admire scientists during the pandemic instead of explaining that there are differences, and we probably should follow the science, but it doesn't mean we should follow single scientists.
Thank you very much.
We have another question. You know, I try not to forget Pilsen. I say, do not forget Pilsen because you should mention Pilsen. Oh, I forgot Olomouc. I'm sorry. So there are even people from other cities. I'm very sorry for that. How could you forget? I'm sorry. But I have a point in Pilsen. Yeah, thank you. We had another question right there, Sabi. Mm-hmm. And then we have the third one. Perfect.
Thank you. I have a question for Anna. You mentioned that, sorry for this fairly specific question for you, and if you don't have an answer, that's perfectly fine too. But I was going to ask, you mentioned that there's a fairly limited time investment that improves patient-doctor relationships immensely. I feel like for a change to be made in this direction, because I know that, time is an extremely expensive commodity for doctors generally, but I feel like we're moving sort of in the opposite direction as a society, through e-medicine and that sort of thing, to limit the time scope you have for a patient. do you feel like there's any sort of hard data or research that can be made to support the change in the opposite direction towards, you know, moving towards a better doctor-patient relationships? Because I feel like, you know, with COVID and everything, if we had better trust between patients and doctors, that could be an immense help in all areas. Thank you.
Absolutely, and that's a great question. I know that there are, as you're absolutely right, time is probably the biggest constraint in that sense. And there definitely is research being done to see how that can be improved. And you absolutely correctly pointed out, time is being reduced. However, I think that in the example I used, I tried to illustrate that it doesn't take much more time. So you can build a lot of trust even just by listening a little bit more. So I think that if you make doctors relatively more conscious of that, and even in their very constrained time slots that they have per patient, perhaps that could make a difference. Does that answer your question? I feel like I haven't done it completely.
Dave may put in what you might have missed out. Dave.
Well, I just had I remembered a paper that I read a while ago that was actually saying that in a lot of cases, I think regarding vaccination specifically, but I can't remember specifics, alternative medicine providers were rated as more trustworthy by patients than traditional medicine, Western medicine providers, precisely because they listened and were willing to spend longer with patients explaining it. I mean, obviously, they don't have the same pressures that, you know, traditional doctors.
Yeah, they have fewer patients usually, don't they?
Right, exactly. But, you know, so there's evidence out there that shows that actually, you know, even if they're spouting complete nonsense, the doctors who listen are kind of actually viewed as more trustworthy. And yeah, I think that nuance of trust is really important and not something that's factored into healthcare decisions enough.
And I think it's also about that dynamic, the initial attitude change. There's been research between like medical focused physicians, so like, you know, internal medics, for example, versus surgeons. So surgeons tend to have a more autocratic sort of directed approach to things, and then the trust gaps there are slightly bigger than GPs, for example, who have a little more time and listen more.
Thank you. Should we have another question?
Thank you. Aitan Brisman, I'm the Vice Dean of First Faculty of Medicine at Charles University. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. I have a question about fear, polarization, and responsibility. Majority of patients that come to see doctors, they come out of fear that something's not working right, something's painful. And they're in fear of what it is, not knowing what it is when they come to you. There is also an element of fear for society. We know that there was the false publication a few decades ago about the relationship between the MMR vaccination and autism, which has been proven to be incorrect, but I think the leftovers of which remain in society today and account for part of the fear to do with the vaccination of COVID. What is the responsibility of science communication, of the media, both the traditional media that happened 20 years ago for MMR versus social media and its polarization of ideas purporting your own thoughts, your own likes to show them back to you, and how science communication can counteract this within the media, both traditional and otherwise, to purport the truth?
Great. So I'm definitely going to start with this, but I'll be brief. Thank you. It's good to meet you. We had a little bit of email exchange via Anna, so it's good to see you. I feel as if I want to kind of be silent for a minute while I think this through. I mean, there's nothing worse than false reassurance. There's nothing worse than false reassurance. So it's very tempting for experts and professionals to reassure. And of course, we do want to be reassured, and reassurance can be exactly what's needed. I mean, Dave mentioned Aitan, you mentioned MMR and the kind of history of vaccine hesitancy. So that takes us back in history, and when one thinks of Wakefield. But Dave mentioned BSE, the mad cow disease issue in the 1980s in Great Britain. And one of the famous things, and really one of the changing things, was that the government tried to reassure the population about the danger of eating beef. And basically the government said, there's no danger, you will not catch, you will not get this form of encephalitis from eating beef. And that was wrong. And that false reassurance had a dramatic effect, really, on the trust in science, trust in government. And ever since then, science communicators have been terribly, terribly preoccupied. How can we be truthful, get ideas discussed properly, without falsely reassuring? Because there have been so many examples where science has said it's fine, and then it hasn't been. And I teach my students a lot of them. So what can we do? I mean, I think it comes actually really to something Anna and Urszula were talking about time. You see, you mentioned also misinformation, fake news, disinformation as being something we as science communicators need to banish, we need to crush, we need to get rid of that. You know, fake news is bad. Possibly. The problem is that, you know, we all say things which turn out not to be true, and that's the same with scientists. There's a lot of vulnerable, fragile information about COVID, for example. Now, we may argue as scientists it's getting closer to the truth, we're getting more certain, but there's so much misinformation of a technical sort to do with COVID, for example. It's hard to sort through. It's difficult to say there's fear caused by misinformation that needs to be seen as separate from science, whereas science is good at giving information which removes fear. So that would really be my response to that, is that, you know, life is scary. The products of science are quite scary. AI, for example, you know, there's things to be frightened about if we get it wrong. There are things to be frightened about many aspects of science, actually. What we need to do is be vigilant, thoughtful, careful. I think the fear is part of science, really. It's just we need to work out how to manage it and reassure when it's appropriate, but not false reassurance. That's my view. Urszula, Dave, Anna, can you help me out here?
Well, I just wanted to say that potentially in the practical sense, in terms of patient reassurance and that kind of thing, I think it's important to acknowledge that there is a certain amount of uncertainty. And so that goes back to your introduction, Stephen, about uncertainty. I think it's important to say, this is what we know so far. And this is what I can recommend to you based on what we know. And then that it sort of mitigates the fact that, yes, we could be wrong, but this to our best knowledge, this is what we should be doing at the moment. And that's unfortunately the best that we can do.
Yeah, and I think I would, I think the MMR example with Wakefield is really interesting, but we studied it from a perspective of, I mean, it's important to think of it as a journalist as well. So if you found out that there was a paper published, you know, today in the Lancet, which is where the Wakefield study was, that showed a correlation with, you know, autism and the COVID vaccine, that would have been reported. I mean, the media didn't do us any favors in hindsight, definitely, but they were essentially doing their job at the time. And it was, I mean, the Daily Mail in the UK especially were pretty bad because they didn't let it lie, and they probably should have, you know, maybe once the evidence was kind of more clear and the paper was retracted, they could have made more of a deal of that. But anti-vaccination has existed since vaccination has existed. I think to say that the MMR scare is responsible for the current wave of anti-vaccination, I'm not 100% sure on that. I mean, it won't have helped, certainly. But yeah, it's existed for hundreds of years. And there are really interesting reviews on that subject. But I don't think that kind of thing takes hold if people aren't already very shaken in their trust for kind of authorities.
Urszula, what do you think? Science and fear?
Maybe we should talk a little bit more about just ambition if we talked about who is the scientist, and yes, sometimes single scientist can be right, and he can be the only one who is right. But without, you know, the complicated process of verification, it really means nothing. He may be right, and he may die, and we would probably need to wait, 30, 40 years, as the history already showed, that many discoveries needed to wait for so long. But we probably should educate each other, and as a start point, I see universities that this is how it is. I mean, ambition is extremely important, and without ambition, we wouldn't have many discoveries. Coming back to amantadine, there is still one scientist who is doing the clinical studies on amantadine, and he's still repeating, he hasn't finished. He believes amantadine is working, but without being clear that I believe as a subject of my studies is something completely different than going to public and saying buy this drug and have it on the shelf just in case. So being honest about this probably would be helpful to navigate the more complicated stories.
Professor, do you want to come back on all this?
So,
a very interesting dialogue about it. I agree with all your points. It's very interesting about the responsibility of the media and what Dave was mentioning about whether or not they would still report such a thing. But I think we're out of time. Thank you very much.
I might just come back and before we have another question.
I'm sorry, Stephen. Just time is running. Unfortunately, that's exactly how it is. You know, when the coffee is waiting for us, people raise their hand and they're looking at each other. I am very sorry, but this is the role of the moderator today, the only role. Just to keep the time without the time frame. I'm very sorry for that, because then we have still people watching on the online and sticking to the time program. So thank you very much, Stephen, Anna, Dave, and Urszula. I mean, it was great to have you, and hopefully we will meet in person next time. And I'm sure you are doing a very fantastic job in Imperial College, all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for having us.
Thank you. And exactly when I ask in the morning, nobody is interested in anything. Towards the afternoon, when we already are getting to the coffee, the questions, which means it is relevant, which is fantastic. So, time for another coffee break. We have
a good coffee.
Yes, thank you very much. We have to still finish what is left from lunch. That's another task. It's very, very important. And then we have Fiona Fox, and finally, the last one, Malcolm Love. So thank you very much once again, and we will see all of you in 20 minutes, roughly. Coffee break. Hopefully in time, and it's my pleasure to welcome Fiona Fox. Fiona, hello, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Fantastic, we can see you, we can hear you, it's unbelievable, perfect. We are very sorry that you couldn't make it, because we had a great time yesterday in the restaurant, hosted by the British Embassy.
I'm very, very sorry too, I'm so sorry.
But on the other hand, Otta said that we saved a bit, you know, by not hosting you, so it's fine as well, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So, Fiona, the floor is yours, actually. Science in the headlines, where science meets controversy. So, please, the floor is yours, and I will not be taking more of your time.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you to Ottokar and the organisers for inviting me to take part. I'm very, very sad that I can't be in Prague and see your faces and engage with you in the coffee breaks. and in the restaurants. But I'm so glad that because of COVID, one good thing that's happened is that we now have the opportunity to take part in these events, even when we're not feeling 100%. So thank you so much to all of you. So yeah, let me talk to you about the Science Media Centre that I set up and ran. We're actually 20 years old this year. So I can tell you some of the ways that we operate. We were set up very much because of these stories. I don't know how many of you remember some of these stories, but the fact that the MMR vaccine was associated with leading to autism in young children, the media fury over GM crops being introduced in the UK, which were called Frankenstein foods, and were the UK media presented them as dangerous and dangerous to health and to the environment. Mad cow disease, BSE, there was a major fury, and animal rights extremists had basically dominated the media coverage of animal research in the UK. So there were some very big media stories around the time of 2000, 2001 and 2, and the scientific community knew that they just were not engaging effectively enough in these kind of stories, and the British public were turning against vaccines. They were said no to the introduction of GM crops, having not heard from the very best scientists. So here's some of the kinds of headlines that were circulating at the time that prompted a discussion about, is there something that we could do in the scientific community to improve the media coverage of science such that the public could hear from the best scientists in a more measured and accurate way. So we were recommended that there be a new independent press office for science. Our focus always from day one was to improve the accuracy of the reporting in the national news media. So we are not a PR office. We're not trying to get more science into the media as many good science press officers are. That is not our particular job. In fact, sometimes we would like a lot less science in the news media, but the science that is there should be more measured and more accurate. That is our focus. Also, because the kinds of science that goes wrong tends to be around the science stories that are messy and contested and controversial and politicized. So we have also always focused on the news media, but also on the kinds of stories that there are arguments about within the media and the public. So I would say, for example, we sometimes say we don't do space and dinosaurs. Space and dinosaurs are very important subjects in science, but they're generally covered very well by the media because there is no big row, because there's no political argument about them. So we tend to focus more on things like whether or not COVID came from a lab leak or natural origins, those kind of rows, or whether or not face masks work or don't work, things that are contested under arguments. This was the vision that we came up with in 2002 when we set up. This is what we wanted to achieve. We wanted in future for policy decisions and public's debates to be informed by better, more accurate evidence-based science. So it was our view that the public, we don't need to convince the public to support nuclear power or GM crops or nanotechnology. However, what we don't want ever again is that the British public and policymakers reject a whole technology based on misinformation and misunderstanding. So we feel like it's not our job to persuade the public or politicians to adopt GM crops or these new technologies, genome editing, etc., but at least that whatever decision they make about these new areas of science is based on having heard from the best scientist with the most accurate information. That really is our goal. How do we do that? The mission is how we do it, and we do it by making it easier for journalists to get that good, accurate science when these stories are in the headlines. And I'll show you examples of that in my talk. And then our values are very important. We need to be a press office that journalists do use on a daily basis because we're good at what we do. We're reliable, we're fast, we're accurate, we're authoritative, and we're independent. So that's very important to make sure that journalists want to use us on a daily basis. I show you this slide, no need to look at it all, but just to say that our independence is so important to us, and the funding model that we designed to guarantee this independence is what we call the multi-funder model. So we could perhaps have gone out there and got the Wellcome Trust or the WHO to give us all of our funding. We don't spend a lot of money. We're not a very expensive organisation, but we still chose not to do it like that. We decided that we would ask lots and lots of different scientific organisations for small amounts of money. So each of these universities or research institutes or companies, we do have science-based companies like some of the pharmaceutical companies and chemicals companies, but we only ask them for small amounts of money. There is an upper limit on what they can give us, so nobody is allowed to give us more than 5% of our annual running costs, and most of these organisations give us a lot less than that, so maybe £3,000 or £4,000 per year. But very importantly, we are completely editorially independent from any of these funders. If they give us money and they don't like what we do, then they have to not give us money in future. It's an annual donation. So we never ever do anything to keep these funders happy. We do what we do based on our editorial judgments as a group of press officers, and we have a board made up of journalists, press officers and scientists who guide our strategy. So we are completely independent from funders, and that's very important. There are now science media centres around the world, and I'm excited that one of the things that Otakar asked me to address in my talk, which I will do at the end of the talk, is the possibility or the way that you might set up a science media centre in the Czech Republic. So I will talk about that towards the end. But we already have science media centres or organisations based on us in these countries. So New Zealand, Australia, Germany, Canada, the United States. We have an African SMC that just set up 1 year ago. We have a new science media centre in Taiwan, and one just starting in Malaysia. And next month, hopefully, if I'm better, I will travel to Spain for the opening of a new SMC in Spain. So the model works. The model has been demonstrated to work, and all around the world, people are demonstrating an interest as you are there. So we're very excited about this, and we collaborate, we work together very closely, which I can talk to you about later. So this is I'm going to get on to the bit of the talk now, which is really showing you kind of proof of principle, demonstrating the way that we work. But underlying what we do, what we offer to the journalists, is this philosophy. There are lots of individuals who get very angry with the media, are very cross with the media report science. We too can sometimes get cross, but actually that is not our philosophy. Our philosophy is to improve the way the media report science by getting scientists to engage more effectively, more openly, and in larger numbers with journalists. We think that the media coverage will be better when scientists help journalists to improve on that coverage. And as I say, we have lots of examples to demonstrate that if scientists get involved, talk to the journalists, provide comment, do interviews, then what the public see and hear in the media will be better, because they will be seeing and hearing from the best scientists. So we're very wary of just sitting in our ivory towers in our universities, criticizing the media, rather than actually rolling our sleeves up and helping the journalists to cover science in the best possible way. So I'm going to tell you what we do, and first I need to ask you that if the examples that I've picked, they're very random, some of these examples, if they are not areas of science that you are interested in or that you are familiar with, please look on our website. All of the services that we provide to the journalists, these 4 rapid reactions, roundups, press conferences, and answering journalists' inquiries. All of these we do every single day for 20 years. So any subject that you are interested in, you can go on the website and you will find it there. So I don't want you to think that the examples I'm giving cover the full spread of what we've done. We've worked on almost every science issue over the last 20 years. So the examples are really to describe the principles behind what we do. So I will give you examples of these, but these are the services, the 4 key services that we offer to every single news journalist in the UK. So all the organisations, you know, BBC News, Sky News, Bloomberg, all the agencies like Reuters, AFP, Press Association, all the print journalists, whether that be our tabloids, which are famous around the world, British tabloids, so The Sun and the Daily Mirror, they're called Red Tops, but also the papers like the Times and the Financial Times and the Telegraph. So we offer these services to all of them, and they are rapid reactions, which is a response to breaking science stories, roundups, which is putting new research findings that come out in the scientific literature into the context that enables them to be reported in a more balanced and accurate way, press briefings, which are press conferences. These are physical entities where scientists get in a room and speak to the journalists that are covering the science that they're putting out there. And then, of course, we're like every press office. Lots of journalists phone us up or email us and ask us to find them the best scientists to answer their question. So the rapid reactions that I'll give you an example of first are something that we didn't plan. So we wake up in the morning and a story breaks. We didn't know it was going to happen. It's not a science story that was in a scientific journal or at a scientific conference. We haven't been able to prepare for it because it just broke. And our view on these is that these are some of the most important stories because science in the headlines is an opportunity as well as a threat. Scientists, by dropping what they're doing immediately, if it's in their area of expertise, and speaking to journalists on the day within the hour of that story breaking, can have a massive impact on the way that story is covered. And there is an opportunity there to convey the very best science while the public are most concerned or worried or engaged or enthusiastic. So whatever the story is, when it breaks is the time for scientists to engage with that story. And obviously, because the Science Media Centre is about good science, all the scientists on our database are very, very good scientists. They are senior, they are respected, they publish in science journals, they work for respected universities and research institutes. So we know that when we are proactively putting these experts out, we know that they are the best scientists and they will improve the quality of the media. But all of this has to be very, very quick. We can't respond to a story that breaks this morning tomorrow. We can't even respond to a story that breaks this morning at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We have to be very, very fast to make sure that the best science is in the media. So the example I've chosen for this one was a story before the pandemic, back in November 2018. And the scientist Hu Jiankui went to a conference. Nobody at the conference expected it. It was a scientific conference, but and he was due to give a talk, but nobody expected him to do what he did, say what he said, which is that he had actually created the first genome edited babies. He had genetically edited these embryos, and a woman, his patient, had given birth to 2 babies, and they were the first genome edited babies. At the time, genome editing was very, very, very new. It was very early in this technology. Already many of the scientists around the world who were interested and enthusiastic about genome editing, CRISPR-Cas9, you will have heard of, people were very excited that this approach could actually, in the future, help prevent disease, but it was many, many, many years away from being safe, scientifically safe, but also accepted by the public. So the scientific community, when they heard about this, were absolutely appalled. Many stem cell scientists, many experts working on human genome editing research in the labs were very, very upset about this because it had been done completely in secret. None of them knew that this was happening. And now this scientist just announced that it had already happened and that the babies had been delivered. And so there was a really massive reaction to this. Again, proof of principle here to describe to you what we do. So I heard that news, the news broke in very early morning in the UK. I dropped everything I was doing and we go to our database, and we have a database of nearly 3,000 scientists. They have keywords next to each of their names. So we will have stem cell experts, human genome editing experts, and with one email, we are able to contact all of the scientists that we've recruited to the database, and they're all very, very good, senior, well-established scientists who are globally recognized for their research. So we were able to approach them very, very quickly and say, this has happened, we need you to comment straight away. And so that's what we do. We do this very, very regularly. We've done it on COVID, of course, for the last 2 years. Every single time there's been a major development on COVID, we do what we did on this case: drop everything, go to our database, contact the scientists who've agreed to be on that database. So they have already agreed to be contacted by us and to respond very quickly. And we ask them to send us written comments initially, and then we can send those written comments out to all of the journalists very, very quickly. And what you can see, I'm not expecting you to read these slides. There's a lot of information on these slides, but I think what you can see is the proof of concept that these are good scientists who are sharing their views. And in this case, the views were all the same. Sometimes they're not all the same, but in this case, they're all the same, which is this is too soon. This should not have happened now. It was not done under international stem cell regulations. It was not done with following public debate and discussion of the ethics of this approach. And therefore, it's very damaging to the whole field of human genome editing, which is a field of research that scientists are excited about, but this was too soon. This would discredit the research. So here's the list of scientists that we contacted. You can see they're all experts in this field. We're very keen on always contacting the scientists who are leaders in their area, and they all gave us comments that day. And then this is just to show you the way these comments are used. So in print media, the journalists will see what we've put out, and they will include some of these comments in their coverage. So it's very important. If these scientists if we hadn't contacted them straight away, if they hadn't given us comments, then the story would just be a Chinese scientist has created the world's first genome edited babies without the response of the scientific community. So what's so important for us here is that here you have a big story that everyone around the world is looking at, but with the voices of good scientists in that coverage. And importantly, with the public and policymakers understanding that the mainstream scientific community did not approve of this approach or the way it was announced. So you can see the other thing, I'm just showing you print media, but at the same time we were getting calls from the BBC and Sky News and Bloomberg and other broadcast media who were asking, can we have these experts in our studio to do live interviews? So a lot of these scientists gave us a written comment, but then went on to do many, many broadcast interviews that day. So the good scientists were all over the media, which is the whole point of what we do. So that was Rapid Reactions. This is Roundups, and this is the second service that we offer to all the news media. And this is This is different to rapid reactions in that rather than breaking news that none of us expected to happen, these are studies, these are scientific findings which are coming out from some of the big scientific journals in the world. So we have privileged access to maybe, I think, about 10, 12 top journals. So things that you'll have heard of like Nature, Science, the BMJ, the Lancet, PLOS, JAMA. So these big scientific journals have they have a press office themselves, and they send out a press release every week to the world science journalists to say this study is coming out this week and these are the findings. So we get privileged access to that. We receive it at the same time as the journalists see it, and then we can ask the journalists, would you like some third-party comments on these studies? Or we can just look, we can see at a glance the kinds of studies that we know will be very popular in the media and that potentially will be harmful to public health if they are not reported well, or they will be harmful to the environment, or that they will be hyped. Sometimes we are looking for stories that are very exciting, but that we worry that the journalists might hype them. So, for example, calling something a cure for cancer or the solution to climate change. As you all know in this audience, one single new scientific paper is unlikely to be a cure for cancer or a solution to climate change. So we're looking for both scare stories that could unjustifiably scare people, but also we're looking to not hype breakthroughs. So we can identify which are the stories that need us, and then we go back to the database that I talked to you about before. We go back to those same keywords. So these 3,000 scientists, we will look for the keywords for the papers that we've seen that we think need third-party comments. So this is an example, and again, there are many others on the website of what we did. So this was a paper in the BMJ, which is one of the journals we monitor. It was press released, and we could see straight away that this was the kind of story that could scare people, that in all the food we eat, that the chemicals in the packaging may actually harm human health over the long term. So the press release was saying that these substances, the chemicals in the packaging, can leach into the foods and over a long period of time can be very harmful to human health. So we realized this was one for us. We did what we do. This is what a roundup looks like. You will see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these on our websites. So we go to the right experts. In this case, we're really looking for toxicologists and people who know about chemicals in food, these kinds of experts. They looked at the paper, and what became clear as we got the comments in was that actually this was not very substantial piece of research, and the press release, they felt, a lot of the speakers felt, was kind of exaggerating the risk of harm to human health. So again, I'm not expecting you to read all these slides, but the sentences that I pulled out in red will give you a bit of an idea. All of the scientists that we were getting comments from, they weren't talking to each other, they weren't liaising, but they were sending these comments straight back to us. And they're all saying something very similar, that the way this study had been conducted really could not justify the claims that were being made in the press release. So the reason I show you this example is it's quite a nice example of the difference that this service makes, because what happened on this occasion was that before we had chance to send the comments under the same embargo as the BMJ had put on these new findings, one of the newspapers accidentally broke the embargo. So they put their story up before the embargo, one day, a full day before the embargo was lifted, and it was by accident. But it gave us a little bit of an insight into how this story would have looked without the roundups that the Science Media Centre does. So it was very straight, taken directly from the journal press release. No third-party comments, urging caution in interpreting the data, and quite a scary story. So as soon as we saw this story on the Guardian website, we realized that the embargo had been broken, and we already had gathered our comments by that stage. So we were able to very quickly press send so that the Guardian and all the other journalists were able to see what these experts were saying. And Sarah Bosley, who's the health editor of the Guardian, got our roundup of third-party comments and more or less rewrote her article completely. It was completely, if you look at the headline now, scientists reject concern over food packaging poisons. And she included, I think, 4 or 5 of the quotes that we had sent out into her article. So it's a nice example to show you, because it shows what a huge difference can be made by scientists engaging in these studies through a roundup of third-party comments. And then the next day, when we looked at all the coverage, actually a lot of the media had covered it very much with our roundup in mind. Lots of the scientists that we'd issued had been quoted. And I think, I'm hoping this example will show you that there were 2 very different things that could have happened. And what happened in the end was measured, balanced reporting of a new study, which is a perfectly legitimate study, but with third-party experts urging caution in the interpretation of that study. So the third thing to tell you about is press conferences. These are, we call them media briefings, but they're not a written thing. They are a physical event. Obviously, we've put them on Zoom over the last 2 years for the pandemic, but actually we're back now to having face-to-face briefings where the scientists sit in the Science Media Centre office and journalists arrive physically to sit and meet the scientists and talk to them. And we do these, probably we run 50, 60 a year. We ran well over 200 in the first year of the pandemic. So we run a lot of press briefings. And we like press briefings because the scientists and the journalists can meet and talk. The scientists can openly urge the journalists to cover their new findings, whatever they're telling the journalists, in a balanced and measured way, and make sure that they're not getting it wrong or exaggerating it or downplaying it, and they can emphasize the caveats. You know, we're very proud of our study, but it was only done in mice. It would need to be replicated in a big trial to be very strong evidence. So it's the scientists being very responsible and making sure that the journalists know at what stage the study is at and how to report it in the most accurate way. So this is another example from outside of COVID. I have a couple of COVID examples to show you in a minute, but this was, again, I'm not sure whether this controversy has reached you guys yet, but statins are a commonly used drug to help with heart disease in the UK, but there's been a massive row about them over several years, with quite a few rather minority voices, maverick scientists, over-exaggerating the side effects of statins. And it got so bad, these particular group of scientists who think that statins are bad for you, they are harmful, they even sometimes talk about 20% of patients have severe side effects. The actual number of people who have severe side effects is less than 1%. So they're exaggerating the harms of this commonly used drug, but they are very outspoken and they get lots of media coverage. And so what we did, and this is something we will quite often do, if we can see that a particular issue is being covered in a sensational way as a scare story, then we bring together the best scientists and ask them to meet with the journalists and present the evidence. So all of the speakers in this particular briefing were all research scientists who had run big trials on statins. So it was very much, let's have a look at what the evidence says from the people who we've been involved in conducting these very large Europe-wide randomized control trials and the Cochrane studies, which are meta-analysis, which look at all the available data around the world and reach certain conclusions. So this really was a presentation of where the evidence lies. These are the journalists that attended the briefing. So these people come in person, they meet the scientists and they hear what they've got to say and they ask questions. These press conferences are 1 hour long. And this was the coverage that came from the briefing. And what was really important about this at the time was that these headlines came after probably about 1 year of terrible headlines saying that statins are dangerous, statins have severe side effects. And there was already evidence that many people who have heart disease were refusing to take a statin. They were so scared by the media reports of the dangers of this drug that they were actually not taking these drugs, which are life-saving drugs and which are very safe drugs. So the wonderful thing about this briefing was that we were able to get a more balanced message to the public and patients. So I think I'm probably running out of time. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I wanted to take one example from COVID, because obviously our life has been dominated by COVID-19 over the last 2 years of the pandemic. Everything that I've already told you, rapid reactions, roundups of third-party comments on new findings and press conferences, we did all of those for every single development in the story of the pandemic. But this was one I thought was a nice little case study to show you, because everybody was very excited about the vaccine. There was a lot of positive messaging going out from the government and the companies and the universities about the vaccines. But the Science Media Centre was always very aware that this positive messaging is great, but what happens if there are side effects, which, as you all know, with any new vaccine, which millions of people are taking around the world, it's very likely that we will see some side effects. So we were very conscious about this and we were very ready. We'd already talked to the scientists to please be willing and available if any side effects appeared, so that we could make sure that whatever happened, that it was covered in a measured way. So we started getting the first reports in early March 2021 of this side effect, which looked like it could be linked to the AstraZeneca vaccine. People weren't sure of these particular kinds of blood clots. Very quickly, this became a huge international story, as you might imagine. Millions of people were taking this vaccine. It was our way out of the pandemic, and yet here there were these reports circulating that there could be fatal side effects. So we did what we do. We were ready for this. We went out to that same database that I've told you about and were able to gather comments really very quickly. And these are all vaccine experts. They have been on our database for many years. They're very good at risk communication. It's very important to see that they were not saying there is no risk. None of these experts were saying that, but they were saying that we need to wait and see. People shouldn't panic. The pandemic is such that the loss of life is such that until we know that there are serious side effects, we need to continue with vaccination. So there was a lot of these scientists who were saying we don't know yet, but we do know that COVID-19, getting the actual virus and getting ill with it, leads to strokes, blood clots, etc. So that was already demonstrated. So a lot of the comments were saying that. And a lot of the media were very keen to include these comments. They were quite reassuring, or they were balanced. So without saying there is no problem here, they were just saying we need to look at this, we need to investigate it. It's completely right and proper that we investigate this, but people should keep taking the vaccine. So I think because of time, I'm not going to go through the reaction. I think the principle that I'm trying to communicate in these slides is to show you that the Science Media Centre was there at every step of the way. So then on the 2nd of April, there were more reports of an increase in this side effect of this particular blood clot. And then we got more comments on that. So every single day we were getting scientists to speak about this. So you can see here that whereas the previous roundup included lots of vaccine experts, now what we started to do was find experts on blood clots. And David Waring is a clinical neurologist and knows about these kind of blood clots. So that was important as well, that we're not just putting out experts who know about vaccines, but also people who are treating people who were presenting with this side effect. Risk communications, David Spiegelhalter, some of you may have heard of him, is famous in the UK. He is a professor of the public understanding of risk and has been absolutely brilliant in looking at data and communicating the kind of level of risk. And there was lots of coverage. So I'm going to go through these really quickly. Again, his more news on the 7th of April was when the regulators, whose job it is to investigate and assess the safety, confirmed that there was indeed a possible link. This was the first confirmation between having the vaccine and this particular kind of blood clot. So, of course, we were ready. On this occasion, we actually ran a press conference as well as putting out third-party comments. So we invited some people. And as I say here, you've got two very, very leading vaccine experts. They both sit on the JCVI, which is the group that was looking at this data coming out, because the JCVI, Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, was leading the work on COVID vaccines. So Anthony and Adam were very, very familiar with the data that was coming out. And also we have Beverly Hunt, who is actually a leading expert on blood clots. And she was indeed treating some of the people who had this blood clot event after vaccine. I'm showing you the list of journalists. You can see a real range of journalists there. And in fact, because we were able to do online press briefings for the first time during the pandemic, you can see that we've got some non-UK based journalists who were able to join, and there were nearly 50 journalists attending that briefing. So there's a lot of interest, and it meant that these journalists who were covering the pandemic had quick, easy access to the best experts. That's what it will have looked like to the journalists. That's my colleague Fiona Lethbridge. One of the press team here chair these briefings and take questions. And then you can see that actually the media were very reassuring. So it could have been a terrible scare story that put everybody off being vaccinated, but actually the scientists engaging in these discussions and being open and answering all the journalists' questions led to headlines like this: keep calm and carry on jabbing in the Daily Mail, full speed ahead on vaccine rollout. So it wasn't what we feared, which is a big scare story. And this is one that I like. The Sun is known in the UK for being a red top and being quite sensational, but actually they had a statistic on the front page of the Sun, and a real number as well, not just so we were very pleased with the coverage. I'm actually we did a couple of other briefings on this, but I'm going to rush through this. This was one with a new study that came out quite soon after this, showing that the risks of these kind of blood clots after getting COVID, contracting the illness, the disease, were much, 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 much greater than getting it from the vaccine. So just, again, important information for the public to weigh up. Again, lots of journalists attending that. I chaired that one, that's me. And these were the people who'd done this massive study, really massive study, looking at how many blood clots appeared in people who'd had COVID and how many appeared in the people who'd had the vaccine. And as you might imagine, lots and lots of interest in that. So I'm coming to the end of my talk. This is just something to flag up that when we're not very, very busy, actually working with the media and working on stories, we do try and put a lot of time into training science journalists. And this is an event we do 2 or 3 times a year, where we invite scientists and we have a whole day of talks from journalists, talks from other scientists. And the aim is to recruit them to our database. So these are all great scientists who we want to join the database. And we're basically trying to convince them that they need to take part in what we're doing in order to improve the way science is covered in the media. Final couple of slides. Sorry if I've gone over time. I'm not sure. I haven't got my watch in front of me, but somebody shout at me if you need me to shut up. But this is the final slides, and this was just some tips for any of you. Okay, lovely. That's perfect timing then. So these are just some tips that I wrote down about what you should be thinking about if you do want to set up a science media centre in your country. So this is based on all my experience of working with other SMCs around the world. And I think my first tip is to just really check that people will work with you. The Science Media Centre is a very effective organisation, but we're only as effective as the journalists who use us, the scientists who are prepared to go on our database, and the science press officers who encourage and support their own academics being part of what we do. So you need to have conversations with all these people and check with the journalists, if we offered you these experts in this way, would you use it? We're not interested in being an academic exercise. We need to be used to make a difference. And my second point here is to just offer you our help. We are very excited about what we do. We believe in it, and we can help you. If, for example, a journalist that you speak to says, I'm not sure I would use this kind of thing, I don't think it's very useful, I would be very happy to connect that journalist with one of the journalists that uses us so that they can have a conversation as fellow journalists as to why the UK journalists find this useful. And any of the science media centres around the world we want to help you. So please have those conversations, but involve us in those conversations. There is sometimes a press officer in a university who says, well, why should I let the Science Media Centre use one of our scientists? I already do that. Again, I can put them in touch with university press officers in the UK who may have thought that at the beginning, but then found it really, really helpful actually to have their scientists on our database of experts. So again, my point there is really it's about relationships and not just setting up a science media centre without identifying the key relationships and talking to these people first. That is my top tip. In terms of the core services, I think what's very interesting, I've described them to you in this talk. These are the things that translate across borders. So rapid reaction to breaking news, roundup of third-party comments on new scientific studies in journals, the press briefings where scientists present their findings and their views to journalists, and the media inquiries. All of these are offered by every science media centre, whether that's in Taiwan or Canada or Africa or about to be Spain or Germany. So these core services, you wouldn't have to start from scratch. They are there. They work across borders. So again, look very closely at what we do, but also the other science media centres. And we'd be very, very happy to welcome you to the UK to come and stay with us for a week and look at what we do if you're seriously thinking about setting up a science media centre. One of my big tips is there's been a couple of organisations who tried to set up a science media centre, but they found that there was money available maybe to run media training, or there was money available to run some kind of online service. I would say don't take the money to do those things. You need to establish the core services first, and then when you've established those, the journalists are using you, scientists are answering your emails, then you can start doing some really interesting and fun projects on the side, like more media training, or something we did this year was set up an additional website called the Global Vaccine Media Hub. So there's lots of exciting things you can do, but don't do them at the beginning. Focus on the core services, establish your reputation for a couple of years, and then you can adapt to other things. Funding, I would say, I said at the beginning, seek multiple sources. Even if somebody comes along and offers you £200 £100,000 to run a science media centre. Don't take it just from one organisation. You can maybe have some seed funding from one organisation, but the independent journalists have to trust you. Journalists have to trust that the organisation is not just doing something for the big funder. So multiple sources, and emphasise the independence and be true to that independence. So we're not just saying we're independent. If you look at what we do, you can see that we demonstrate that. So this is my final slide. Science and health regularly make the news. I think after the pandemic, nobody would dispute that. And we've noticed that even though interest in COVID-19 is going down, we're still as busy as ever. Oh, sorry. Obviously social media is much bigger now, but again, during the pandemic, various people like the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism have shown that a lot of people went back to the national news as their source of information. They went back to trusted sources. So social media is important, but national news is still widely read and informs and influences social media itself. The public deserve to have access to the best science, and we always are the key audience is the public and patients. We want them to have easy access to good science. We know that the public trust scientists in the UK, we have something like 85% of the public trust independent academic scientists, only 20% trust politicians. So we have that trust already, and we should use that to good effect and use our voice to good effect. Journalists want to hear from the science. There's no barrier here. The journalists will accept help from scientists to get their coverage right. And if you don't engage, and in particular if the scientists don't engage and they sit on the sidelines, then someone else will, and that person might not be speaking from an evidence base. So that's the end of my talk.
Fiona, thank you very much for your very interesting, fascinating presentation. During the COVID, without the COVID, the one indisputable fact is really it's that was it. Unfortunately, we do not have a time for questions and answers, even though we would have thousands of questions. That's even I have my 17 questions here. So thank you very much, Fiona. And you have to come next year to see us, because we will try to end the connection it lost. So that is. Thank you very much. So that was it. I have to apologize also for those who are watching, because we originally we had only 5 presenters, and then we had 6, so we had to squeeze some presentations. So it's time for the last presentation, and some people said, oh, I'm looking forward to Malcolm Love's presentation. I said, I'm as well, because this is the last. No, seriously. So we are again here in present mode, which is fantastic. And Malcolm, you have your small table. Perfect. And just before we start, I will try to ask you whether it rings some bell to you. Just you can say yes or no. Okay. Media producer. Yep. Yeah. Public communication skills coach.
Yes.
Trainer. Fame Lab.
Yep.
BBC.
No, never heard of them.
Oh, okay, but still, yes. You have some years on
Yes, that's true, yes.
You're more than welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So you're just checking you've got the right guest, right, okay. I once booked somebody. Oh, sorry, I need to check with you. What time do we finish?
Let me check. It's in front of you. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know, we will tell you 10 minutes of our wrap-up and close time. So let's say approaching 15:50 would be great, and in 15:40 I will show you your 10 minutes left. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yes. I just like running my watch here. Some years ago, I booked a speaker. I was asked to produce some 3-minute talks that went out on the radio at 1:30 and 3 o'clock a.m. in the morning to cheer people up, because the controller of BBC Radio 2 had heard that more people commit suicide at 3 o'clock in the morning than at any other time. So I produced these little talks, and I found this guy, and his name was Gerard Hughes. And I read a book that he wrote, which was great on this subject. I found this guy, I booked him, he wrote some great talks, I recorded them. And after, when the whole project was done, he said to me, I'm curious why you asked me to do this. He said, a lot of people think I'm that Gerard Hughes that wrote that book. And I had actually booked the wrong guy, but he did a brilliant job. And that's me. Now, why am I here? I came for the dinner. That's why I came. And this is a photo this is a photo of a photo that I took in 1997. So Prague dwellers will recognize this. I took it on my birthday in January. It was the first time I had ever visited Prague, so I fell in love with it then. And only a few weeks later, I began a journey which took me by surprise. I went to, I was still working at the BBC and was soon to leave. I had negotiated, I had an exit strategy where I would set up as a trainer and a producer in my own right. I was already a senior producer for the BBC, a programme maker. And I had also been trained by the BBC to be a trainer. So I was going to go on my own to do two things. And my boss at the BBC sent me to a conference just a few weeks after I took this photo in London, which was all about scientific literacy, and it was kind of code for public engagement. And it was probably all these people talking about how we, as scientists, need to connect better with the public and so on. It was probably the most boring event I have ever been to in my life. I mean, it was mind-numbingly dull. And I caught the eye of a professor sitting in the corner who could see me looking utterly bored. And he started to laugh, and I started to laugh at the irony of the whole thing. And he said, do you fancy a drink after the event? And it turned out that he was setting up a course at Birkbeck College in London University. And he said, if you're leaving the BBC, do you fancy coming and helping me do some things? And I started helping scientists engage with the media. And it married two things, my love of media and communications and whatever I've been doing, that's been part of my story, my whole working life, public communication of one sort or another, and my love of science, which has also, since I was a small child, been a passion for me. It seemed like a perfect fit. This course eventually it was very successful. We mostly worked with people who already had PhDs and were learning how to communicate science. Birkbeck is famous for its part-time courses, enabling people to work and educate themselves. It was very successful, in much demand, but for various reasons it came to an end. There were funding issues for it. And we transferred a lot of what I had learned there to a new course that we were running. It was set up by a friend of mine, Professor Frank Burnett, at the University of the West of England. And I still have a job there, even though I no longer live in Bristol. In fact, I'm going from here to there in order to do some lectures with our master's students in science communication. Now, I'm telling you all this. You're thinking, what's all this about fake news and stuff? He hasn't got onto it yet. I am telling you the truth, by the way. I'm not making this up. This is not fake. Because having listened to my colleagues, many of whom I know in one way or another, do such a fantastic job, and to I have such respect for their serious academic understanding of these things. I come in as the guy who is really the friend of the science community, of the scientist who wants to communicate and the science communicator. I'm the facilitator, the enabler, helping people to build their skills and to pick their way through some of these areas and to do some of the things that we've been talking about. So that's that's who I am as I share some of these ideas with you. A little bit more background because it's important. Science, we've always had, for many, many years, lots of science communication. You think about people like Faraday speaking at the Royal Institution, packed out lectures where people would go as a kind of public entertainment. And Humphrey Davy, before him, Faraday was Humphrey Davy's protege. People go and swoon in the public lectures, which were all about science. Very exciting. And we've always had, for many, many years, had various efforts at public engagement of science, people talking about science with the public. And in recent years, because we famously had 2 reports in the UK, one the Bodmer report and then a House of Lords report, which basically said it is of considerable urgency that the scientific community engages with the public. And that stirred a great deal of activity, as you know. Now, I don't want to rehearse the whole history of this, and that's not why we're here. But I was talking with a friend of mine. By the way, when I was at Birkbeck, Stephen Webster came and joined me on that course. In fact, he was responsible for the course because he was the proper academic and ran that course extremely well. And we became colleagues and friends on that course. And he introduced me to Kathy Sykes, who became Professor of Public Engagement at Bristol. And she became a very good friend, and still is a very good friend. And I was talking with her about the scene in the UK, the science communication scene. And she said, well, really, it's like there were these beautiful flowers cropping up all over the place. These beautiful little projects that were going on. There were these individuals who were great communicators about science. And there were people doing their thing, and there were these little projects going on. But there was nothing that was bringing it all together. I mean, if you want a beautifully manicured garden, if you want something where people go, wow, and it makes an impression and makes a difference, stay with my analogy here, then you need to coordinate. And Kathy and someone called Paul Manners put together a proposal to the big funding organizations, the higher education funding councils, the UK research councils, the Wellcome Trust, people like that. And they said, what we need is this double strategy where we have universities, we'll say 6 of them, strategically placed around the country that will be the focus for science communication. And we need something to bring them all together so that it's not telling people what to do, but it's coordinating, as it says. It's sharing best practice. It's learning what works and what doesn't work. It's enabling networking, and it's inspiring projects which one couldn't even plan for, enabling people to do their thing in science communication, but connecting everybody together. This is the single most important thing I think we could share about the UK experience, is that it has become much more coordinated, much more connected. And so there were two lessons. One was to share experience. And I'm not just talking STEM scientists, I'm talking about across the board, academic researchers sharing what they know about engagement and sharing their insights about it. And the other thing was the importance of listening, which was part of the House of Lords report, which was how important it is, and we've heard this echoed over and over today, the importance of listening to the public. Now, clearly, if I was going to an event and I was going to talk about black holes, I wouldn't be saying to somebody who had no physics training at all, so what do you think about black holes? That would be bizarre. One needs expert knowledge and the understanding and the insight of researchers. But the listening is twofold, really. When it comes to public policy, and again, we've heard this over and over today, we need to understand how people feel, what people worry about, what they need to know, what their concerns are, what their thoughts are about what direction research should go in and where funding should go, and so on. It would be arrogant indeed to think that scientists know all the best answers to that. Science doesn't belong to scientists. Scientists are the miners who work at the coal face of finding stuff out. But the coal belongs to everybody. I'm pushing the analogy there a bit, but you got the idea. And the other part of listening is that you can't communicate if you don't listen. It's not technically possible. You have a situation like this. Once I was living in London. I drove up to the Oval cricket ground, if anybody knows that, and I was to turn left to go home, and I had to stop at some lights. And on my left was a bus stop with a load of people huddled actually in the rain. It's not shown here in this cartoon, but they were huddled in the rain. It was getting quite dark. And on the other side of the road was a man shouting religious slogans at the people. And I thought, that is just the most perfect illustration of how not to communicate. It doesn't involve the listening dimension at all. Anyway, let me move on. Most of the public, the training that I've done with communicators, would-be communicators, with scientists, with science organizations and so on, whether it's in the media or being on your feet in front of a live audience or contributing to events and so on, it's always been really in a context I've increasingly realized of assuming a relatively benign audience, relatively speaking. And it was, I went to CERN, I do some work with CERN, and they asked me one day if they have these lunchtime talks, and they range from the very technical to the more philosophical. And they asked me one day if I would sort of lead a discussion, and we got talking. And the people in the communications office said, we just get bombarded every week. People phone us up and they say, what about the aliens? What do you mean? We know that you work with the aliens. What are you planning? We're not planning anything. We don't know any aliens. Fine, okay. Or, of course, in the search for the Large Hadron, the search for the Higgs boson, terror about if you turn on your gadget, the big CERN collider, you're going to make a black hole and destroy civilization. And it got me to thinking. I flew back to Bristol from that event. We had a long discussion about how do you deal with fake news. And I got into a taxi at the airport, and the taxi driver said, where have you been? And I said, I've been in Switzerland. He said, oh, right. And suddenly, out of the blue, he said, you know, we've never been to the moon. Humans have never been to the moon. It was all faked in a film studio. Francis Ford Coppola, I think, was accused of faking the footage. So we had a discussion. I said, what makes you think this? He said, you look on YouTube, it's all there. You do your research. And I got to thinking about how difficult and frustrating this is. This is not a benign audience. This is not an easy audience. It's not even kind of like those hard-to-reach audiences that we sometimes talk about. These are people who actually believe things which are really quite contrary. Fake news, of course, has always been with us, and we could go on about this for a while. This is a photo which appeared in the New York Sun in August of 1935. It was attributed to John Herschel, who's the son of William Herschel, the astronomer, discovered Uranus and so on. John Herschel himself was a distinguished astronomer, and he contributed a lot to the philosophy of science. And this a series of articles appeared in the New York Sun. This is what John Herschel saw through a special lens that he created. It was called a hydro-oxygenated magnifier. I'd be interested to know what that is. And he saw this on the moon. And you can imagine the furore that this caused. It turned out that poor John Herschel was being much misrepresented. The newspaper, having added thousands of people to its subscribers, then said, sorry guys, it was a hoax. But now thousands more people were buying them. So for all kinds of reasons, we've always had fake news and fake science news. But I want to think about my thoughts on this from the point of view of science denial. Because in a world which is based on scientific ideas, it works because of scientific ideas, then science denial is a good lens to look at this, rather than just going off in all kinds of different directions. However, I have to say that it always comes back, when you're thinking about science denial, it always comes back to things which are generated by a variety of players. First of all, it has to be said that in that there are bad political players, bad actors in politics, by which I mean morally bad, in the sense that intent is often malevolent. So, for example, in 1969, an executive of a tobacco company, now really spooked, sorry, I just looked for my note here, really spooked by all the evidence that was coming out about how smoking could damage your health, may promote cancer, sent out a memo. And the memo said, doubt is our product, since it is the best way of competing with the body of facts that exists in the mind of the general public. In other words, when you have vested interests in something like tobacco, what you have to do is you have to make people think that maybe probably the science on this isn't right. There's chinks in it. We have to put doubt in people's minds. Sure, all these scientists are coming out saying smoking causes cancer, but what if we can say maybe not? Maybe there's some doubt. And they teamed up with a publicity person, a public relations guy. And a while later, people working on climate change and worries about global warming and so on borrowed exactly the same techniques from the same playbook. In fact, some of the same people were involved. I know I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist here, but it's well documented and it's well written about by many journalists and researchers. So today, the Koch brothers, Charles Koch, for example, has invested, the billionaires behind Trump, initially, anyway, they dumped him in the end, but initially, Charles Koch himself has put in millions of dollars to fund the idea that the jury is out, still considering whether climate change is a human-made phenomenon. That's a bad actor. That's somebody with malign intent or self-interested intent, deliberately putting out fake news, which then gets picked up. We find that because of echo chambers, because of our bubbles and all of those kinds of things that we often talk about, any kind of split, us and them, becomes magnified and magnified. I only hear information that I agree with. My Facebook account shows me posts that I agree with. And whichever side of the divide I am, I do, oh yeah, that's right, okay, good. There's loads of people who agree with me and so on. And there are many people for whom dividing the population is thought of as a really useful political thing. Misinformation, well, we can categorize different types of misinformation. There's information which is deliberately sent to confuse people, like the the anti-climate change lobby and so on. There's misinformation which is kind of genuine misunderstanding of complex issues and so on. But fake news is there and everywhere. And then, of course, there's conspiracy theory. Interestingly, though, if I stop there, and I might say, do any of you, don't put your hands up, but have you ever believed in a conspiracy theory? Now, there are such things as conspiracies. So 9/11 was a conspiracy between a group of people to fly planes into the Twin Towers, and so on. They were conspiracies that happened. They were people who, in secret, plotted to do something for their own ends. But all of us tend to find conspiracy theories entertaining. Was Diana killed by the royal family? Was John Kennedy killed by the CIA? And so on. And these things are kind of, wow, it's kind of entertaining to think about some of these ideas. But conspiracy theory that we worry about is when it actually affects people's behavior. If you want to treat, there's a film, a really well-made film called Behind the Curve. It's available on Netflix, is where I saw it. And it's all about the Flat Earth Society. Now, I have no idea how belief in the flat Earth benefits anybody, but the idea of the Flat Earth Society, or flat earthers, is that the Earth is not a globe. It's flat, okay? And although as far back as Aristotle, so we're talking 2,500 years ago, we kind of settled the argument that the Earth was a globe. Nevertheless, there is a Flat Earth Society. In fact, there are two groups. There's a Flat Earth Society and the Flat Earth International Conference, and they hate each other. They're actually divided. It reminds me of Monty Python and the Palestinian Liberation Front and the Front for the Liberation of Palestine, whatever it was. And they're against each other. The Flat Earth International Conference is much more religious. And actually, I mean religious in a very fundamentalist sense. And one of the interesting things about people who hold conspiracy theories, and I'll get onto the conspiracy bit in a second, is that they tend to hold lots of other conspiracy theories as well. They're very susceptible to conspiracy theories. The conspiracy theory that plays here is that all the rest of us are in on a hoax to stop the world seeing the truth that the Earth is in fact flat and not a globe. And it's a really interesting idea. If you just think about a fundamentalist mindset for a moment, which makes it possible to have a conspiracy theory. If I invented a religion, for example, or a belief, and I said, the world sits on the back of a giant turtle. It's a giant, invisible turtle. It's all-wise and all-knowing, and it only communicates with people who believe in it. What you've got is a perfectly closed, hermetically sealed system of thought which is impregnable. It is unfalsifiable. If I say, that sounds nonsense, well, of course, the turtle doesn't communicate with me because I don't believe in him. It's impregnable, and that's the nature of conspiracy theory. But one of the things that, I should have had some pictures of people here. One of the things that struck me about that film was the humanity of it. So you can imagine having incredibly frustrating conversations with these people who would bombard you as a scientist with hundreds of facts which apparently seemed to show that the Earth was flat and was inconsistent with the Earth being a globe and so on. That's wearing and it's irritating. But what these guys, what you see is a place where people belong. People with grievances. People who feel that life has given them a rough ride. People who feel like nobodies, who suddenly are somebodies. And you realize that for a person to give up these kinds of beliefs, you are asking them to give up their identity, who they actually think they are. That's a hell of a thing to ask people to give up. So I just want to make that observation about that. So what are the characteristics of science denial? Well, cherry-picking evidence. So if you go out on Lake Michigan, I hope I've got my geography right, and you look at Chicago, well, there's Chicago. You go out a bit further, and Chicago recedes on the horizon. You go out 45 miles into the lake. You should not be able to see Chicago because of the curvature of the Earth. But sometimes you can, because of the effect of the atmosphere acting under certain conditions, acting as a lens. And so if you cherry pick evidence, this is it. But look, you shouldn't be able to see it if the Earth were curved, but today you can see it. So forget about all the other evidence, the days when you can't see it, and everything else. So you cherry pick the evidence. Belief in conspiracy theories generally. The point about a conspiracy theory is the conspiracy is so good, there's no evidence for it. I'm just jumping into politics here for a second, but I actually saw a clip of a Fox News commentator having a discussion with somebody, saying, it's incredible, isn't it? This conspiracy to steal the election from Donald Trump is so good, you can't find any evidence for it. So you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't, whichever side. So belief in conspiracy theories is very prevalent. Reliance on fake experts and the denigration of real experts. Oh, the numbers of times I've had conversations with people who say, I've done my research. I was having my car, wheels changed on my car, and a guy came over to me and said, we don't need to wear masks. There's no such thing as COVID-19. And I said, really? I was trying to listen, and it went on and went on. And eventually I said, why do you believe these things? I've done my research. I've looked at lots of YouTube videos by people who've looked at lots of YouTube videos. And of course, the denigration of real experts. When a government minister said the British public have had enough of experts, I changed my LinkedIn profile to say, I help experts to be seen and heard in the face of that, because it's clearly very important to have real experts. Logical errors, red herrings are good ones, but there are loads of logical errors that science deniers offer. Apparently, if you look at Walt Disney's signature, it's got 3 6s in it. 666, the mark of the beast, which shows that he was in cahoots with some evil scheme to do something or other, and therefore proves the case, whichever case it is that was being proved. So basic logic often escapes science deniers. And setting impossible expectations for what science can achieve. So I was really pleased with Stephen talking about how we need some humility about science, because science never really demonstrates 100% of anything. I mean, the theory of evolution, which is clearly a threat to certain kinds of religious belief and therefore is attacked. Well, can you say with 100% certainty that evolution is the process by which the world came to be? Well, no, but 99.9999% of the time you can, of the evidence says that you can. Is climate change a human-made thing? Well, 99.9999% of the scientists who specialize in this area say that it is the case, and the evidence is overwhelming, and we have serious grown-up intergovernmental reports saying so. So demanding that there should be no uncertainty is mad. It's not right. It's not fair. There's very little that one can be certain about in life, but you can be as near as, damn it, as certain as one can be. All of these things are characteristics of science denial. Now, we do have particular worries about science denial. Sometimes it causes considerable harm. Anti-vaxxers lead to actual injury and harm. One of my colleagues was in Galway in Ireland a few months ago, and a man came in and persuaded a woman to leave the hospital because he said the doctors aren't trying to cure you of COVID, they're trying to kill you. And he persuaded a woman to leave with him, and she subsequently died. And so things like that are very, very serious. Climate change deniers are very, very dangerous people. And maybe the only sensible action is to make sure these people have, certainly people with political power, just get voted out or removed. But when we're in the face of this, we need to do something about it. What we don't want to do is make things worse. So I want to tell you about this idea of respect, which I think is really important. Heidi Larson, who's a professor at the London School of Hygiene Tropical Medicine, and has done a lot of work monitoring information about vaccines and things. She has this great line in which she says, people are sick and tired of being laughed at for their beliefs and denigrated. And science when we're trying to communicate science with people and communicate with anti-science people, it's incredibly important to show respect. Why? Because we're challenging, often we're challenging their identity at an extreme end, and at the bottom end, in a much milder situation, we're saying their anxiety is not valid. And therefore, the power we can see then the power of respect. You know, I have a contention, this is not mine, but I own it, and that is this: we like to think that we are persuaded by pure reason and by pure argument, that we follow perhaps a political view, or we follow a particular philosophical view, because our minds have grasped the absolute reason of it. But I think, and I think maybe most of you will agree with me, we are persuaded by people that we respect. It's only after the fact that we begin to look at the arguments to see if they back up. I think that's a powerful idea. On TED, there's a lovely talk by Megan Phelps-Roper. You may never have heard of her, but you might well have heard of these people. When she was 6 years old, she had a placard in her hand. She was surrounded by lots of other people holding placards, a little group of people, and they went to a funeral of an American soldier who'd been killed in battle, and he was being buried. And they went there to picket, to cause a demonstration at the funeral. And she held a little placard saying that God hated homosexuals. And she belonged to Webster Baptist Church. Webster Baptist Church is a cult, and it's really wants to be as small as it possibly can because it's interested in purity. And she left. And the talk, I advise you to see it on TED, is very moving. How do you leave a cult where all your identity is tied up and everybody in the world that you love is part of that family? How does that happen? And she said it happened because she started to talk to somebody online who did not laugh at her, who did not call her names, who respected her and discussed things with her. Facts, by the way, are very important. I just wanted to put this in as a note, really. It turns out that there was some research that there's a kind of backfire effect, that if you share facts with people, they'll sometimes accept the facts of the science, and then there's a kind of kickback with people who hold more extreme views, and you're worse off at the beginning than at the end. It turns out that was not true. It spawned some articles, like in The Atlantic. There was a headline that said, "This article will not change your mind." You may have seen some of that stuff. It turns out not to be true, fortunately. Sharing, engaging with people and sharing facts are very important. It's the spirit in which we do it. And there are two areas of fact sharing that are important. The first is to challenge the facts themselves. And the second is to challenge the methods whereby those facts are reached. And that does seem to be an effective way of talking with people. But we need training and we need help and we need support in the best way to go about it. So I'm going to finish by just having some ideas with my trainer's hat on and saying that one of the things as a representative of the UK that I'm wanting to do and that I'm working on is this. To encourage scientists to have to tell great stories. We are storytelling creatures. When you get together with a friend, you do not share data. Well, some of you might, but most of us, we tell stories. You know, how's your journey? Oh, I was stuck on the slowest bus in the world. That's storytelling. And we need to value the power of storytelling. Other speakers today have talked about this very eloquently. We need to recognize the power of storytelling and to tell stories. If we're so in love with empirical evidence, by the way, graphs do work. Showing people graphs does have an impact. It's measured. But storytelling is very powerful too. And scientists have great stories. We need to tell stories. One writer written a book, a number of books, really against the idea of anti-vaccination, is a scientist, research scientist who works in this field, who has a daughter, and he says, the title of his book basically says, it did not cause her autism. And it's a powerful story to tell. So we need to learn to be good storytellers, I reiterate that. Understand how science denial works. And I probably should add in there how science works. Not that we don't understand how science works, but it's just that we sometimes have this perfect idea of science and don't recognize the knockabout way in which we slowly but surely, almost by violence, intellectual violence, figure out more and more closely what is going on. Stop judging people. I get mad, I get angry. I'm inclined to use the word stupid. I'm a human being. But it doesn't help me. And it doesn't help the situation. And so we need to stop judging people and making them feel judged. We need to listen to them. And it's important not to fight battles in such a way that we win but we lose. Maya Angelou has a beautiful phrase which she says, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. That's a powerful motto for science communicators in this, and I would argue in any other context. We need to think about better ways in which we can protect ourselves and for security, because if you engage with some of these communities, it's actually literally dangerous. And we need to think more about that. Psychologically dangerous, sometimes, occasionally, in extreme cases, physically dangerous. Collaboration. To talk to, as Stephen said earlier, psychologists, social scientists, historians of science, philosophers, and so on. Collaborating as widely as possible to share best practice and resources, which takes me all the way back to one of my earlier slides. And of course, to make sure that we do this kind of training in our institutions. I'm going to stop there because I've crashed my time. Thank you very much.
Malcolm, thank you very much. And what we did your presentation, the wrap-up, and now it's time for close, and we will do the question and answer over the coffee which is left. Because it's 4 o'clock sharply, and we are going to finish our conference just now.
That's perfect, because I hate talking to people.
I felt something like this, but I was afraid to ask. So, just give me 1 more minute to thank, first of all the presenters. I mean, you were brilliant, online and mainly here present with us. So thank you very much for coming from the UK or wherever you want to be and sharing with us your experience. So big applause for you, please. Of course, we would like to thank the audience here for being with us, listening to the presenters, and also you who have been watching online. I mean, and thank you very much as well. Organizers, British Embassy Prague, UK Science Innovation Network, Charles University. And I would like to thank Otto Voigt, I mean, without whom this wouldn't be possible. So Otto, thank you very much. And you are the stone of the success. It's without discussion. I wouldn't give you the floor because it would take another 45 minutes, but it's still fine. So that's the partners, that's the sponsors. And finally, one more thing, and I'm amazed. So far, we have managed technically, which I think is a miracle in a way, even though a friend of mine just sent me an SMS that it has been a bit, problematic during 1 second. Okay, what can we do? So our gratitude actually goes to the technicians and the support team. You have done a great job. Thank you very much for all what you have done. Perfect, and I think support team, technicians, the cleaning ladies afterwards, of course, the Charles University. I think that's it. Have I forgotten someone, Otto?
No, I should say thank you, Aleš, for great moderating.
Yes. No. It has been my pleasure, and your leisure has been always my pleasure. So, thank you very much, and I hope to see you in some other events, not only about science communication, but also about science, research, development, or anything, higher education, whatever. And I hope we see our British friends soon, and have a nice rest of the day. See you next time. Bye-bye.